Hello.
Hi, how
You must
going?
be Melissa?
Yes.
This is Tyson.
Tyson.
Oh, Tyson. I was warned that he was cute.
He's cute.
Melissa is fostering 3-month-old
Little man.
rescue dog Tyson,
Oh, all right, come on through.
but hasn't decided yet whether she's going to keep him.
Hey, little buddy. He looks reasonably lively, but he just does look a little bit skinny. What's that? Oh, is that the spot, is it? So, Cinezo is obviously just a temporary thing. You two aren't bonding at all?
No, not at all. No, he's beautiful, and the kids love him too. You look a bit worried.
Has anyone
there.
mentioned anything to you about his heart?
No.
So his heart isn't doing a normal lup-dub like that. It's whooshing. And if you put your fingers here, you feel that? Like a little vibration?
Yeah.
So my gut feeling going on how Tyson's heart sounds and feels is a patent ductus arteriosus, a PDA. And if this is a PDA and Tyson doesn't have heart surgery, this condition will eventually weaken him and kill him.
Can it be fixed?
I don't know. You're having all this fun with a puppy and then all of a sudden, bang, everything changes.
You're scaring me.
Can I ask you, is this going to affect whether you're going to actually keep him?
I'll keep him now. I can't send him back if there's something wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll make a phone call and see if I can get him into our specialist
Okay.
up at Sash.
Okay.
You've got to remember that Melissa hasn't actually formally adopted Tyson yet. So for her to face this crisis and face up to it and go, yep, I'm going to stick with him, that's really something.
As Tyson heads to Sash, Chris has been called to a marina on Sydney Harbour.
Barry,
Oh, g'day, Chris.
how you going?
Good.
Barry from the rescue group
going on?
Wise has a bizarre bird emergency
of the world.
that needs solving.
Is it your boat?
It's my father-in-law's boat, yeah.
Yeah. And you've got a couple of hijackers on board, do you?
We have hijackers.
Is this a
We've got
hijack
problem.
situation?
It is, it is. We've got our boat just moored out over here, and we've got a couple of herons have decided to land, create a nest and have their family right on the bridge of the boat.
Hi, we're just here about the boat. You got any sort of proof of ownership there? No? Licence?
As soon as Chris boards, the parents abandon ship, leaving the chicks alone in the nest.
Thanks very much.
Disgruntled
going?
boat owner
Hello,
Wingo
Barry.
suddenly
Hi.
arrives
Hi,
on
I'm
the
Chris.
scene.
Is this your boat? Is
Huh?
this your boat?
Yeah, until a couple of weeks ago, and then it was taken over by some other people, or some other birds. Well, we better get them off, because I want my boat back.
But Guido does have a kind heart. He's even built a rescue raft for his squatters.
Does that float?
Of course
I
it
don't want to
floats.
question your workmanship here, but I'm not sure I'd hop on that.
Yeah,
And you want to put a young family on that?
yes. Well, they're not the kind of birds that you like to get.
You don't know me, Guido.
No, but, no.
You're making your own assumptions.
Am I wrong? No, I'm not. Gotcha.
Hey, Guido, things don't smell too good up here, mate. First thing I notice when I see these chicks is that they don't even have close to the number of feathers they need to actually fly off this boat. That's not going to happen today. So we do need to work out a plan that's going to allow them to be safe, but also eventually lead a very normal life.
Right, Squirt, let's put you up here.
Oh, you're very, very tiny on this big table.
It's very tiny. It's very quiet too.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect.
At Sash, vets Darren Foster and Lisa Chimes are about to give Tyson an ultrasound to find out if Chris's grim diagnosis is correct.
And there it is. Wow, so you can see this dramatic flash of colour going from the left-hand side to the right side. No doubt at all that this is a PDA. I'm afraid for little Tyson, he's going to have some major heart surgery to try and fix him. Poor little kid.
It's basically an abnormal vessel between their aorta and their pulmonary artery, and all humans and animals have that vessel when they're in the womb, but when they're born it's supposed to close off within the first few days of life. And in Tyson's case that vessel hasn't closed off and you've got blood basically shunting backwards in the heart.
PDAs will eventually cause him to go into heart failure if they're not treated.
But he's going to be okay. Can you fix it?
Well, Andrew's here.
Surgeon Andrew Marcheschi
You can
will
fix
be
it.
performing the extremely delicate operation.
What do you actually need to do?
Well, we're going to have to go into his chest, so we're going to make a cut in between his ribs and sort of open him right up, so we'll have the heart sitting there pounding away at us, and then you get a pair of forceps and get round behind it and then tie some suture around it. Unfortunately, there's a risk involved with it. The shunt itself, or the abnormal vessel, is quite thin-walled, and there is a risk that we can rupture it.
There's no way I'll give him up now. There's no way. He's here to stay.
Ooh, feisty, aren't you?
Chris is trying to work out how to rescue 3 heron chicks born on a luxury boat in Sydney Harbour.
Is this how you left it?
What did I tell you?
That's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Yes.
So,
It's the understatement of the year.
there's obviously 2 that are a lot bigger. So you can see he's starting to develop his primary and secondary flight feathers here.
Yeah.
They're just sprouting. It's all right. They've got about 2 weeks to go, maybe 10 days.
You're not suggesting I'll leave them here for another 2-3 weeks. So that's one alternative. What's the alternative?
I like your pontoon, but the problem is that it's too far down. If they make one false move, they fall into the water. The reality of this situation is that no one's going to win out of it. If we leave them here, Guido loses. If we take them away, then potentially the birds may lose their parents.
But Guido is adamant the hijacker herons have to go.
I don't actually mind all this noise just because of the fact that it means Mum and Dad are going to be watching and knowing what's going on. Come on, guys. Follow us now, all right?
Come on,
This
Mum
way.
and Dad.
Not going far. Mum and Dad still aren't following. They're just inspecting the nest at the moment, and hopefully once they realise the chicks have gone, they're going to follow up.
Chris and Barry are taking the chicks to a safe, sheltered spot, hoping the heron parents may reappear.
Ciao, arrivederci.
But after an hour, there's no sign of Mum or Dad.
The concern is it is going to get cold as this sun comes down.
Yeah, I think we better get them to a care, get them warmed up.
So, just for a few weeks, you're going to go and find a new Mum and Dad. Is that okay? You looked a bit shocked by that. I'm sorry that there was a lot of news to absorb at one time, but yeah, okay. In a way, this was a bit of a long shot, but it was something we had to try because for these chicks to be actually raised by their parents was something that you always want to do. But now they go into care, and from there they have a really good chance of survival.
Getting really nervous now. I know, it's going to be sad.
Rescue
He's gonna
puppy
come out better for
Tyson
it.
is returning to Sash for his life-saving heart surgery. His family were only supposed to be looking after him for 1 week.
Hi, Melissa.
How you going?
All right, got everybody here today.
Everybody's here today to say goodbye.
Oh, well, not goodbye.
Not, or just good luck.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later. See you soon.
Has he grown a bit?
Now, despite the operation costing thousands of dollars, they have decided to keep him.
Say bye to Tyson. Say bye. Beautiful Tyson.
I'm really, really nervous for him, like, because he's so little.
It's sort of like a bit of a time bomb. He could just suddenly die of heart failure at any moment. They're in the chest. I just have to push some lungs out of the way. If I put my finger on it, I can feel it vibrating. And that's just because the blood's going in the wrong direction. So we've just got to get round this little bugger and get him tied off. I've just dissected down the front and back end of the shunt, and that's easy enough to see. Now I'm going to be going around the back end of it, which I can't see, so I'm going to be doing by feel. And if ever anything's going to go wrong, it's during this bit. They're not going to talk for a while now.
It's a packed beach on a 40-degree day.
Come straight through.
But the heat wave has claimed an unlikely victim. Brian and Sandra's beloved family pet, Bunny.
I went out the back and she was on the veranda, just very laboured breathing, and I think she's overheated. She was very hot.
Yeah.
I've cooled her down, I put her in the pool, and that sort of helped a bit. I sprayed some water on her.
Okay. I'm just going to grab a towel and we're going to put it here. We're going to put it on oxygen straight away. A lot of animals do it tough with the heat, but rabbits find it especially hard simply because they can't pant like dogs do, they can't sweat like we do. The only way they can cool themselves down is through breathing a little bit more quickly and also trying to lose a bit of heat through their big ears. That's all they have, and often it's not enough.
She wasn't breathing on the way up. I was squeezing her chest and that, and I thought she was gone.
All right, so we're actually going to put this directly into an abdominal cavity here. It's just a good way to get the fluids into it quickly. They've done extremely well to get Bunny here as quickly as they did. I just hope they've got her here on time.
Come on, Luban.
6-year-old Bunny is struggling to survive a severe case of heat stroke.
Just got some cold water here. I'm just going to spray these ears. You can see there's blood vessels in the ears running down there. So that's what we're trying to target here, because there's a really good blood supply to those ears. And if we can just cool the blood going through those ears, then you actually cool down all the Bunny.
The pet rabbit is a cherished member of Brian and Sandra's family.
She's a real character, you know.
She is.
A lot of people think, a rabbit, what do you want a rabbit for, you know, have a dog or something, but when you realise they've all got a different personality, and she's a real little character, this one.
I've got no doubt how much Bunny means to Brian and Sandra. I mean, you look at Brian, I see a lot of people crying in this job, but when a grown man like Brian starts tearing up, he can't even bear the thought of not having her around.
Hang in there, Bun.
She's got a really rapid heart rate, but when I touch her, that's the most dramatic thing. She's scaldingly hot. Still getting quite laboured breathing too. Bunny right now isn't good. You can see that she's breathing extremely rapidly, and that's her desperate attempt to try to get cool air in and cool herself down from the inside. So just provide a bit of a pick-me-up for her.
Slowly, Bunny seems to be fighting back.
Yeah, she's looking better.
It's been a fair old battle, but now Bunny's temperature is going down to a healthy range. For me though, the sign that I love seeing is when her nose starts twitching again. That tells me she's coming back. This has been a crazy 20, 30 minutes, but it's Bunnies to a T. When something happens with them, it happens quickly and it's over quickly.
When I rub this eye, she pulls the ear forward, and when I do this one, usually it comes right up forward, but so that's a bit of a response that she likes that.
That's the measure of her health, isn't it? How much the ear comes forward. A little gauge.
That's it.
Yeah? Well, I can't let her go home looking like that, so I'll get her looking good.
Thank you.
That's Bunny's really sprung back to life beautifully, so she should be fine. She's able to go home with the family, have a cool drink. She'll be happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. No worries at all.
See you later.
My pleasure.
Thanks. Chris has done a great job, and
Really fantastic.
when she all fluffs up, she looks like a different bunny. She's
Yes.
beautiful.
She's very pretty.
Yeah. It's always a bit tense. It's you're dissecting blind around the other side, and you're doing it all by feel.
At Sash, Tyson's life is in Andrew's hands. The surgeon must now tie off the abnormal vessel that's causing the rescue puppy's deadly heart murmur. This is where the smallest slip can be fatal.
You've got to be really careful, really patient, really gentle, because if you start pushing it a little bit and you're in the wrong spot, it's a disaster if you push through the blood vessel, and they just die. Whew. There's that sigh of relief. So just tying this off now, you can see his blood pressure changes and that reverberation in his heart's just disappeared. So he's a cure.
Despite the great result, it will still take Tyson several days to recover.
And it's funny, I mean, you look at the published risks of mortality are 2%, but it's just the fact that it's the complication in the surgery is death. It's a big complication.
You get it.
He's crazy. We want to keep him, but we're so happy to send him home looking so bright and happy.
4 days after his operation, Tyson's heart has the all clear and the popular puppy is heading home.
Come on, Tyson, it's time to go home. Good boy. Come on. Go and walk out. I know. That's it. Oh, so good boy. Come on.
Hello. Hello. It's a puppy.
Thank you so much.
No, that's a pleasure.
Hey, you want to come home? You want to come home?
At the end of the day, we've got a happy dog, happy owner, happy surgeon. It just doesn't get better than that.
Beautiful blue skies. It's a good day for flying.
Lovely day. They'll get plenty of lift with this wind.
Yeah, exactly.
Chris is ready to release the 3 herons he rescued from Guido's boat a month ago.
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait to see them.
The chicks have all thrived, and Kara Graham has named them Lady Jane, Snapper and Shrimp.
That looks like Snapper.
Yeah.
But this is the crucial test.
You heard that too.
Will
I
they
think so, yeah.
fly and be able to survive on their own?
Wait a second, we got the panettone and the prosecco to farewell them. Good luck.
There's no show without the Italian skipper.
Okay, mate. Don't come back. Go and make love somewhere else, will you?
Guido, it's a sexy boat, you know.
It's a sexy boat, but it's not for birds. Not for this kind of birds, anyway.
Guys, if you are thinking about starting a family, I recommend the big boat with the blue canopy, just about third to the right over there.
Don't listen
That's
to
my
it.
last words.
Don't listen to it.
There we go.
Hey! Off you go. Freedom.
A bird's not just going to fly off into the distance when they first arrive in a new place. They've got to work out where they are, and it's starting to make sense to them now. It's starting to look more familiar, and now they've worked it out, they're all going to start flying off one by one.
Shall we go and celebrate?
Take for a drink, aren't you?
Hey, there you go. Cheers. Good luck to them.
You know what's happening right now? A couple of herons are looking over and going, geez, the hospitality here is good. So cheers to the successful release and a clean boat.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for your help.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, we've got big troubles with devils today. We've got 1 mum and 4 babies, all sick.
Yeah.
One of them's not moving at all.
Okay, jeez. All right, let's go. Gee.
Yeah, they're flat. They're really flat.
At the Australian Reptile Park, 2 Tasmanian devil sisters are in quarantine. Keeper Liz is worried their illness may spread to the rest of the devil colony.
This is Lara.
She was the first one that we found, and she just has shown no improvement whatsoever.
She's totally unresponsive.
Yeah.
I get called out to the reptile park a lot, but it's rare that I walk in and I'm so shocked to see just how sick these little guys are.
Usually, you know, you'd have some sort of an idea of what might have caused it, but with her, we just seem to have no idea, and it's just come out of nowhere.
The mystery illness has also struck Lara's sister, Lily.
She'll get up on all fours and then she'll just slump over and she just gives up.
With an animal this sick, I'd expect a fever, I'd expect vomiting, coughing, diarrhoea, just something. With these devils, there's nothing. We've got to buy some time here because at the moment she is the absolute epitome of mystery.
Yeah.
The one thing that really worries me, they might die before I actually work out what's going on here.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Lisa is confronted with a rare emergency. 1-year-old Bella has bitten a deadly pufferfish on the beach.
Hey, darling, can I pick you up? Right, okay. Alright. Okay, so Bella apparently picked up a pufferfish this morning. She's been vomiting all day. She's clearly in a lot of distress. She's very weak, she can't stand, she's got tremors. Pufferfish are extremely dangerous. I mean, usually an animal should be dead within 60 minutes of biting one. Within half an hour, they have struggling to breathe and they need to be put on a ventilator. So this happened this morning. It's now been several hours and she's only starting to show these sorts of signs later. So it is quite atypical, but I am worried. This is really weird. I've never actually seen anything like this. I just want to make sure that she can breathe and ventilate properly because the worry is that the diaphragm can get paralysed and that's when they die.
In reception, a quick search of the internet is not helping Bella's owner, Greg.
Just did a check and it's the toxin in pufferfish is actually, I think it's 1,200 times more powerful than cyanide. So obviously a little bit goes a long way for a poor little dog that small.
You almost have to keep on checking that she's alive, don't you?
Yeah, each time we've come in, we literally have to check that she's breathing, otherwise we would have thought she's dead.
Chris is trying to work out what mystery illness is threatening the lives of these 2 sisters. Lara is the most critical.
What she needs is some fluids. I'm going to need to test her glucose level because a baby this young and this small just doesn't have the fat reserves to keep herself going without eating. So if that glucose level drops too low, she'll die. If the fluid level drops too low, she'll basically die as well. So we just dribble this onto her tongue. There you go, girl, it's good.
That's good.
All right, now, because she is dehydrated, it's going to be quite hard to get a vein here.
Hopefully blood tests will confirm just what is shutting down the devil's systems.
You see that just collapses once you take the blood out of it?
To have any sick animal here at the reptile park is a big deal, but to have a Tasmanian devil is a major crisis. Tassie devils are under threat because in the wild they're developing a fatal tumour on their face. They estimate that Tassie devils are going to be extinct in the wild in the next 5 years. The only hope of preventing this species from becoming extinct is to set up breeding colonies. This is one of the few places in the country that does that. If these guys have a disease that can be transferred to the rest of the population here, it could wipe them out.
Well, hopefully this holds a secret to what's going on here.
I'm looking at Lara, totally confused. Then all of a sudden I think, there's only one thing that causes animals just to lie there motionless like this. It's botulism. If they take on enough toxin that it actually paralyses their breathing, it can kill them. To know for sure, I need to go and see Mum and her enclosure. Because if I'm right, that's where the answer's going to lie.
Just hang there, girl. You'll do all the worrying, all right?
2 Tasmanian devil sisters are desperately ill, and nobody at the Australian Reptile Park knows why.
So where is she hidden?
Chris now needs to examine the devil's mother to see how she's coping.
You know where your babies are, don't you, girl, huh? They're okay. They're hanging in there. Right now, it seems to me like the whole family's been affected by this, but to varying degrees. Their mother, little lady, doesn't look 100%, but at the same time, she's nowhere near as sick as the kids are. You're going to be surprised, but I think they've all been affected by botulism. When people hear the word botulism, they freak out because they have no idea what it's all about. But think Botox. It causes paralysis. It paralyses the skin in the face and reduces those wrinkles in those Hollywood movie stars. It does the same thing to devils, but on a much bigger scale.
Botulism is a rare and potentially fatal condition and is usually contracted by ingesting toxins in food.
If my hunch is correct, then somewhere in this enclosure, there's going to be a well-hidden piece of meat that could actually hold the key to this whole problem. It goes around here to the right. There's an old bit of meat there. Botulinum toxin, which causes botulism, is one of the most potent forces on the planet. Just 1 microgram can kill a person.
By stashing the meat, little lady has unwittingly exposed her joeys to the ultimate danger.
It's about 4,000 to 1 shots all coming together at one time. So we might test this. If we find the toxin in here, then that's our answer.
Yep. There is no quick fix for botulism. All Liz and Callie can do is support the devils with fluids and hope they're strong enough to fight off the toxin.
I can see this has already taken a huge emotional toll on Liz and Kelly, but in many ways the fight's only just begun.
Oh, baby girl. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. I know. This is really bizarre. Bella picked up a pufferfish 8 hours ago. She should be dead right now. There's no treatment for pufferfish toxicity. There's no antidote at all. So Bella needs to be treated with a drip and pain relief and sedation. And then we need to watch her really closely to make sure she doesn't need to go on a ventilator. Just have a sleep again. Sorry to disturb you, sweetie.
It's a rare case and Lisa is searching for answers.
What we do know about the toxin in pufferfish is that it's one of the most deadly toxins in the world. It's the same sort of toxin that's in blue-ringed octopuses. It's called tetrodotoxin. So what it basically does is it shuts the nerves down all over the body. I must admit I haven't actually ever seen anything quite like this.
Bella's owner Greg is struggling to cope with the news.
Worst case scenario with pufferfish toxicity is that it can affect their heart, so it can make the heart basically stop. Usually if they're going to improve, whether they're on a ventilator or not, they will take say 24 to 36 hours to get better.
She's still with us, so she's going well.
Greg's now calling his wife, Carolyn. Little Bella may be running out of time.
Just had a call about a Newfoundland, 82 kilo Newfoundland that it's eaten an ice block, but not just an ice block, the whole thing, including the stick. He's a real personality and this is something he'd do.
Kylie has been bringing ice cream addict Rowdy to the clinic since he was a puppy.
Hey big guy, you've done it this time, haven't you? So how long ago did he eat it?
Probably about an hour ago now.
Okay.
And he basically gulped the whole ice block as well as the paddle pop stick in one go.
One go?
Yeah.
The critical thing is whether it's still whole or whether it's broken. Sure, it's going to be in smaller pieces, but at the same time, it's going to have sharp edges. So I can't really leave that just to go through his intestines, because if it does, it'll shred them. Not that I'm doubting your intelligence, Rowdy, but he obviously doesn't know what he's just done.
Yeah, no, it's happy days for him. He loves ice cream.
If that's the paddle pop stick and it's got to get out of the stomach,
Yeah.
the stomach's got an opening like this.
Yeah, right.
We need it to come out like that.
Yeah, okay.
If it comes out like that,
It's not going to come
it doesn't
out.
come out. Okay, so I'm just injecting it now.
Vet student Ali holds the massive Rowdy as Chris injects him with apomorphine.
What it does, it acts on his whole body basically to make him feel nauseous, and he'll then vomit pretty quickly. So he's going to start salivating, just looking a little bit uncomfortable.
Until he feels sick, poor little fella. Oh, it's such an awful feeling, don't you feel for him?
Wow.
It's deep.
Oh, sweetheart.
Here you go.
Greg's wife Carolyn has arrived at Sash to comfort the critically ill Bella.
Bella just turned 1 yesterday, so she's still a baby. And she's such a cheeky little creature. She's like, she's just cheeky, and she has a really cheeky little grin. It's amazing how little, hairy creatures can just touch your heart.
We don't know what's going to happen over the next few hours, so we'll just take it hour by hour, I think.
Oh, it's such an awful feeling, don't you feel for him?
Wow.
It's deep.
Ice cream glutton Rowdy is suffering.
We've all been there, Rounds.
The huge Newfoundland wolfed down an ice cream stick and now must regurgitate it before it perforates his intestine.
Yay!
I think we all saw it.
Oh, Chris, I'm so sorry.
I think I wore a bit of it too.
I'm so sorry.
Well done.
Oh, puppy, well done. Sorry, Chris.
That's the best thing of all.
Yay, Rowdy. Good boy, mate. Sorry, Dr. Chris.
How do you get that down in one go?
He was pretty hungry for ice cream.
So relieved to see that paddle pop stick come up. It's like, yay, and it came out without breaking.
You alright? Hell of a night on the tiles, huh?
He seems fine, although he looks still a bit sort of down the dumps now, but yeah, I'm very relieved.
Up you get, mate. Come on. Good boy. Very good. Just not too far forward.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Dr. Chris. Thank you.
Take care.
I will, thanks.
See ya.
Who's a sleepy one?
It's also a long night for Lisa at Sash as she keeps checking on Bella's condition.
No, can we see if you can stand ease? Okay. All right. You don't have to do that.
The little schnauzer is lucky to be alive after biting a poisonous pufferfish.
She's still not good. She still hasn't got control of her legs, and her head's sort of swaying around, and she's groaning. She still doesn't want to be touched, so the toxin is still in her system.
But when Lisa puts the shaky Bella on the floor, she's showing plenty of courage.
Come here. This is pretty amazing. I mean, Bella's still fragile, but she's standing and she's even walking. Yes, she's wobbly, but she's walking. She's getting there. She's sort of just learning to use her legs again. She's still a bit wobbly.
Come on, puppy. Just gotta fight, get through it.
Australian Reptile Park keeper Liz has now brought the critically ill Lara and Lily back to her house for 24-hour care. It appears the devils are suffering from the deadly condition botulism. There is one major complication. They're not her only live-in responsibilities. Liz is also hand-raising two other Tasmanian devil joeys, Scratch and Smiggle. They now have to be quarantined from the Sick Sisters.
I've got to be super careful that I don't spread anything from the healthy devils to the sick devils, or vice versa.
Oh, yummy.
Lily has shown some improvement and kept down a small amount of food, but Lara hasn't eaten for a week.
We're getting to the point where we're really desperate for them to get through it. Okay, Lara, let's give you a little bit. Come on. Good girl. That's what we want to see.
At last, Lara takes her first mouthful.
It's so exciting to see them feed. You know, it's such a relief to finally see some progress. Hello?
Hey Liz, it's Chris here from the vet clinic.
Now, I do have some results back. They've come back as being positive for botulism.
This is, to be honest, the first botulism case I've ever seen.
They will have the signs of it for between 1 and 3 weeks.
3 weeks? That's such a long time.
Give them all the love and all the attention you can, and give yourself a bit as well. Just try and rest up where you can.
Okay, bye-bye.
So sweet because Lara doesn't have the strength to clean herself, but Lily helps her. They're so precious, these two, and every devil. They're just really important, and all I want is for them to get better.
Oh my goodness, now I can pick you up and you don't quiver.
Several days after biting a poisonous pufferfish, Bella has made an extraordinary recovery.
Look at you! She's got her normal strength and she's bright and happy and running around, wagging her tail, and her mum and dad are going to be very excited to see her.
Carolyn and Bella's big sister Coco have arrived to take her home.
Look at there! Oh, kisses! Really, really lucky little dog, because following the textbooks, she should have been dead within an hour, not with us. So it's almost a miracle. It's fantastic.
Rowdy's bounced back after swallowing an ice cream stick.
Hope you don't mind sharing the shower with him.
No, he's fine. But with the temperature soaring at Bondi Beach, the big fella's still pining for his favourite treat.
Come on, buddy. Let's go get you an ice cream, huh? It's too hot.
No, Kylie hasn't forgotten Rowdy's scary emergency.
I could not bear going through that drama ever again. It was kind of funny, but it was also so stressful. So now, although he's still allowed a treat occasionally, I make sure it's an ice cream without a stick in it, because he loves his ice cream. Good boy. Happy days. So excited for you to see them.
Well, I've got to say, so am I.
Oh, the change is amazing.
You're the same too, right?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't think so.
This was Lara and Lily a month ago. The Tasmanian devil Joeys were so close to losing their battle with botulism.
Yeah, everyone worried, didn't you? It's probably the longest sleep I've ever seen, ever. They don't act all innocent now, hands in the air. You had us scared. If you could hope for a dramatic recovery in any animal, it'd have to be the Tassie devil. It is such a beautiful ending to have, because even my most optimistic side probably didn't ever dare believe it would end like this. On my way to Marupa Police Station, we just had a call that a dog's been hit by a car. Sounds like quite a young dog, a puppy. It's bleeding from its nose. That's really all we know at this stage. Not the best place for an illegal U-turn in front of a police station. I hope they'll understand. Hi, how are you? Can we go in here? Is that
Yeah, sure.
So what's happened?
He was hit by a car.
Yeah.
He was coughing when he came in, and he's got a bit of a bloody nose.
Okay.
The injured puppy was found with his brother on the side of the road. Fortunately, the other boxer is unharmed.
They looked pretty sad and miserable.
We don't know how long they've been out there on their own, so it's pretty sad to know that 2 little puppies have been roaming the streets.
So this is what he's bringing up here, and it is tinged with blood. So my feeling is he's certainly aspirated some blood, either through the trauma or as a result of the bleeding going down into his airway. So that is a bit of a worry. And getting released from the station. No charges. Let's go. Any names that you've been giving him?
No, we haven't named them yet.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay, well, I'll let you know how we go.
Okay.
But thanks for doing what you've done. It's great.
At Sash, a major bushfire is burning, only 100 metres from the hospital. Catherine and Barry had to get through roadblocks to bring in their critically ill pet.
She's been bitten by a snake, she's collapsed suddenly, she's having difficulty breathing, she might need to be ventilated.
14-month-old Dora has now slipped into a coma.
What worries me is that she's actually not waking up, and I'm concerned about her brain function.
Dora is just clinging to life, but she did kill the snake before collapsing.
As Catherine walked around the backyard, it was right in the middle of the yard, and it was a black snake and it was dead.
And huge. Just quite heartbreaking at the moment, but you know, just trying to stay a bit upbeat and think, you know, if she can kill that snake, she can do anything, I think.
The snake venom is attacking Dora's system.
So the most important part about treating a snake bite is that you need to get the anti-venom into the animal straight away, because you want to try and stop the venom before it binds to the tissues and has any more disastrous effects. I don't know if Dora's going to make it. All we can do is wait for the anti-venom to start doing its job. We have to monitor her very closely and hope that she wakes up, because the longer she's in this coma, the less chance she's got.
It's after midnight when Chris arrives back at the Bondi clinic.
But you didn't expect your night to end up like this, did you, huh? That makes the 3 of us. What have you guys been up to, huh? You gonna come clean? Hey? It's been an adventure, hasn't it? Wow. So he's got a tapeworm.
Ooh.
This has dropped out here.
Wow.
Alright, his temperature is normal. It's about the only normal thing about this case.
One of the runaway Boxer brothers has been hit by a car and needs to be x-rayed.
I just want to check out his chest and just see where this blood's coming from.
Sure.
Because if that continues and builds up, then he's going to have some real trouble breathing. Hey, buddy, I'm just going to leave you for a second, all right? X-ray. So he certainly does have some blood around the base of his heart there, and that's what he's trying to bring up when he does that coughing effort. The plan for him right now really has to be to try to reverse these signs we're seeing now. We have to really stop any potential future blood loss into that chest of his, and then secondarily try to replace the fluid that he has lost through the blood. So we're going to give him a drug to stop the bleeding and then put him on some fluids as well. If we can do all of those things tonight, then hopefully we'll see a different dog in the morning. He just shouldn't look like this.
Dora's still in a coma after being bitten by a red-bellied black snake. Lisa's allowing her owners Catherine and Barry to come in and see her, but only for a few moments.
Good girl. He's a good girl.
She does respond to your touch.
At home, Barry and Catherine's 5 children are waiting for news. A soft toy sent in from their youngest child is placed next to Dora to comfort her.
I'd like to sit here all night with her.
Get a bed next to
I won't sleep. Okay, so any change you'll obviously ring us?
Yeah.
I won't be sleeping anyway.
Fighting. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
You know, you just have that big stone in your heart. It's just horrible when you are not sure what the outcome will be. Like, that's the heartbreaking thing, I think, is that at this stage it can go either way.
Outside, firemen are winning the battle against the bushfires. And as Catherine and Barry get ready to leave, there's suddenly an unexpected breakthrough for Dora.
Good girl. Look at you. Okay. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Dora. Oh, that's amazing. I'm gonna go get them. I just can't believe this. I really can't.
She's away. Oh my God.
She's seriously away.
Are you serious?
She's looking around.
You won't believe it.
The brave girl. Who killed the big snake? Who killed the big snake?
I've got the shakes.
Such a quick recovery. I don't think I've seen one quite like this. You're being demoted to a cage. That is good news. There is no doubt that this has been a miraculous recovery, but Dora is not out of danger yet.
Okay, when I go, I'm just going to have to walk away.
Yeah.
Walk away and we're here with her. That's okay.
Is the tail wagging?
I'm not looking.
The problem with snake bites is that they cause internal bleeding and muscle breakdown, which can lead to kidney failure. So Dora needs to spend a lot more time with us in hospital before we can work out exactly what damage that snake has done to her.
If we could choose between winning lotto and having Dora back, I'd have to turn down the lotto, sorry.
Morning.
Next day, Chris is in early to check on the 2 boxer pups he rescued last night from the Maroubra police station.
No more coughing. It's good. It's very good. You might be getting better. We don't know who you belong to and we don't know your names. So, what we need to sort out is who you are. So I was thinking Bruce and Barry. The bad boys from the bra. How about that? Oh, Bruce, you're with it now, are you? Geez, do you get the feeling they're hungry? It does make you wonder how long they have been roaming the streets.
After breakfast, hit-run victim Barry has recovered enough to head outside for some fresh air with his brother.
Been a little bit of wriggling going on, which tells me that we may have had some improvement. It's obviously sad that these 2 pups now are essentially orphans. I mean, there could very well be a family out there that's heartbroken, but because they don't have microchips, there's just no way of being able to track them down. I would just hate the idea of these 2 brothers ending up in an animal shelter and being split up. So we're going to do everything we can to stop that from happening.
But Barry and Bruce aren't the only orphans looking for shelter at the clinic today.
Open up. Good boy.
A malnourished 3-week-old kitten has been brought in after being dumped on the streets of Bondi.
Bondi Junction Vet Hospital, this is Ali.
Ali, one of the vet students who lives at the clinic, has volunteered to be his temporary mum.
I think he's very sick. Oh, he's full of worms, probably got a bit of cat flu. He's problems with his eyes, he's missing a fair bit of fur and he's very underweight. Yeah, he was so lucky to be found. I don't know if he would have lasted another few hours out there, so gonna need a lot of TLC to get him back on track. We've called him Jupiter because he looks like a bit of an alien.
Jupiter's being treated for all of his health issues.
Here we go.
Now Ali's decided the bedraggled stray needs his first bath.
Very smelly. Oh, sweetie. Good boy.
You do look at them and just think they're so vulnerable. Like this kitten would still be with his mum, feeding every few hours, and he'd still have a whole litter of siblings and have all that attention all the time. Squeaky clean. Might give him a bit of a blow dry.
Jupiter will now require round-the-clock feeds and medication to make sure he survives his tough start to life.
Actually, everyone in the clinic, bar me, thinks it's hideous, but I think it's perfect. So adorable.
They've never had a bath before.
You can smell that.
Yeah.
At Bondi Clinic, Barry and Bruce are getting a makeover.
Barry.
Don't eat the soap.
They seem to be really relishing every touch they get. It makes you wonder whether they really ever had much of it.
Sadly, no one has claimed the stray brothers.
You don't look so tough right now, Barry.
But Chris has a plan.
Brucey. It's not bad, buddy. Look at that. Need the hard sell on these boys, Neil.
I know, we're going to get them the home somehow by hook or by crook.
Yeah? It can't be too hard. Look at that.
Oh, no, a face like that, who's going to say no?
Well, who can say no to a bad boy, huh?
I can't say no to a bad boy.
Are you going to send the emails now, are you? Barry seeks loving new home. Close to transport. We'll find a home for them. You got to think it has to be a good home. I'm confident we'll get something.
Hey, little darling girl, look at you. Oh my
It's 12
goodness.
hours since Dora arrived at Sash in a coma after being bitten by a snake.
You're a lucky girl. Yeah, you know how lucky you are. I don't think you realise.
Despite regaining consciousness, the venom left in Dora's system is still breaking down her muscles. It's not the news owner Catherine wanted to hear.
So this has really knocked her system around, and she's still a very sick little thing, so she's still got a way to go, so I don't want you to get your hopes up, but she has made some really good progress.
Oh, who's a good girl? She's still really, really sick, and so it's quite sad to see her obviously in so much pain.
Give kisses to Mum.
Oh,
okay.
Little grunt.
Okay, I'm just gonna pop her in the bed.
So much energy.
Upstairs at her home above the Bondi Clinic, Ali is playing with a much improved Jupiter. The 3-week-old kitten was dumped and left to die.
When he came in, he was just so lethargic and could barely even lift his little head. Now he's so unbelievably affectionate. He just purrs non-stop. He's so playful. Every single new person or toy he finds, he just wants to play non-stop.
Got a house call to go to, but it's not a big trip. In fact, it's not really a house call. It's more of a, actually don't need those, more of an in-house call. Ali.
It's time for Chris to give Jupiter his daily antibiotics.
Yep.
Gonna charge you mileage for this, you know.
Thanks so much for coming.
That's all right. Hello, little man. How are you? Let's talked about cat pound for pound in Bondi, aren't you?
The kitten's eyes are nearly healed. His fur is starting to grow back, and the worm treatments are slowly winning.
A lot of kittens only have their eyes opening at around 2 weeks of age. So for him to come in at 3 weeks and meet Ali, who cares for him all night and all day, he's probably pretty entitled to think that Ali's mum.
I'm definitely falling for him. I don't know how easy it'll be to give him up when it comes time for adoption. I'd love to keep him.
I don't think it's very hard to see that Ali's become incredibly attached to Jupiter. If you had to ask me whether Jupiter might become a permanent resident here, I'd say it's not so much a chance, it's more of a formality. We've got some big news, all right?
Some very exciting news, some happy news.
It's a big day for Bruce and Barry.
You're going to say, hi, Bruce.
Chris's campaign to find the new owners has worked, but they will be going their separate ways.
This is going to be tough. It's going to be tough on them. It's going to be a little bit tough on me too.
Hi, doggy.
Look at this.
Hello.
There's Bruce.
Hi.
And his brother Barry.
Bruce is being adopted by Nick, May and their daughter Priya.
It's gorgeous.
I would have loved to have found Bruce and Barry the one home so they could stay together and be brothers forever. But the reality is 2 boxes in the one house would be more than a handful. But we have 2 separate homes, both very loving families. They'll be happy.
Say bye, Priya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Priya.
Don't feel left out, Barry. We haven't forgotten about you. Barry, don't look so sad. It's going to be okay, mate. You've got a very special home too. Just one important thing. Always respect your elders, okay? Look!
Hello.
Hey, Adrian, how are you?
Good, thank
Good to
you.
see you.
Oh,
It's Barry.
Barry, hello.
Barry, meet Tosca.
I think it's going to be good for Tosca. She was been moping a lot, and so now I think she's got a companion.
It has been a big day, saying goodbye to Bruce and now to Barry, and you can't help but start to connect with them. You can't adopt them all. Otherwise I'd have about 400.
Guess what? Guess what? You're going home.
Dora has won her battle against the effects of a snake bite.
Let's see you.
And the whole family, including her canine buddy Dixon, have arrived at Sash to collect her.
I have never discharged a dog to that many people at one time. It was nothing like I've ever seen before, but there was a lot of love.
I don't know, it just feels so good to have her here with us again.
All right, everyone, so strict instructions. Dora has to rest now for 2 weeks. So no playing, no snake catching. Dixon, you got to keep her quiet too.
Yes, she's a good girl.
You're a good girl, okay? You get better now.
As for Ali, she's made her decision.
It's probably nearing the time where I'd normally be put up for adoption, but he's my little man and there's no way I could ever let him go. Such a strange little kitten, but he's such a sweetie. He's like a wise little old man trapped in a kitten's body. This little man has stolen my heart completely.
Hello. Hello.
Who's that? Hello.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I'm Adrian, yeah.
And 2 weeks later, Bruce and Barry have got together for a play date.
Yeah,
Look, cuddles. They're giving each other cuddles.
It's clear to see the brothers will never forget each other.
Oh, are we ever going to get these guys back?
I know. Perfect.
When I had a call from Lynchy, who's an old vet mate of mine from uni, about Coda, I was blown away. He sounds like such an incredible little guy who's already been through so much.
Chris is on his way to the outer Melbourne suburb of Yarrambat, where he will finally meet the famous Coda.
In a few days' time, he's due to undergo a massive operation. I knew I had to be here and lend a hand.
Looking a little bit sleepy this morning. Right, little guy? Hey, want to go for a run?
Coda was born a dwarf, a genetic disaster with very little hope of surviving.
Hey Lynchy, how are you?
Hey, Chris.
Mate,
how
good
are
to
you?
see you.
Good to see you.
You must
Thanks,
be Karen.
Hi, nice
Hello.
to meet you.
Vet
Yeah,
nurse
thanks so much
Karen
for coming down.
Stevens
Right.
stepped
No,
in
it means a lot.
to stop
Fantastic.
him being put
You know
down.
what? You weren't even smaller than I thought.
Just seemed like such a tragedy to end his life after only a few short weeks. He deserves a chance to be happy, and if we can make that happen, then it's worth every cent.
What's that? Did a smile?
I think he's taken to you, Chris.
He's very special.
He's very special.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Can I actually have a good look at it, how he gets around? Is that all right?
Of course, yeah.
He gets around all right, doesn't he?
At only 2 years of age, Coda has already endured several major surgeries.
You can see though how he limps there, Chris.
Yeah.
When he was still a baby, the fetlock joint on his left front leg had to be fused to stop it buckling. At last, he could finally stand up and walk. He hasn't stopped running since.
Go, go, go! I'd been told stories about Coda, I'd seen photos, I'd seen videos, but when you actually see him, it's a shock. He's tiny. He barely comes up to my knees. I've seen Labradors bigger than Coda. The list of Coda's medical problems and previous surgeries is bigger than he is. Hello, kids come to play.
As Coda's reputation grows, so does his fan club. Andrew has invited Chris to their daily visit to a nearby preschool.
So kids, Coda's just going into hospital to have an operation, so you've all got to give him the best wishes.
Hey, good boy. With all this talk about operations, it's easy to forget about what Karen and Lynchy have done for Coda. It would have been easy for them to walk away and just have him put to sleep, but no, they stuck with him, they believed in him and made huge sacrifices. Karen's put off her house deposit just so she could be there and pay for all of Coda's treatment. It's pretty amazing.
Ready? We'll
Come
go
on.
2. Come on. Chris,
It's really good, isn't it? Coda might come in a very small package, but at the same time, he has such a big effect on everyone that he meets, especially kids. He connects with them, they look at him eye to eye, and I think they see something really special.
Is that a girl or a boy?
It's a boy.
He got doodle. He's got doodle.
He does have a doodle, yes. Very, very observant, thank you.
The pint-sized celebrity also carries out his own charity work, raising money and doing regular rounds at Melbourne's Royal Children's Hospital.
Lemmy's gonna pat.
Lemmy's gonna pat him. Oh.
It's uplifting. It's fantastic to see the kids' reactions. It's just such a delight taking him in there and seeing the change that it makes to everyone's day in there, not just the patients, but the patients, the children's parents and the staff of the hospital. I think he likes you. He wants to have a good rub.
Pony. Oh, look.
I think he's saying, you tickled me, now I'm going to tickle you back.
But today at the Yarrambat Clinic, it's time for Coda to become a patient once again.
One of the quirks of dwarfism is that sometimes organs or parts of the body are the same size as they would be in a full-size animal. And with Coda, that's the case with his teeth. He's got full-size adult horse teeth inside that tiny skull of his. That tooth there is that big.
That's right. Yeah, it's hard to imagine, isn't it?
In tiny Coda. The thing that I find most scary about this X-ray is that it's just a head full of teeth that really obscure him breathing in through his mouth, in through his nose. There's no real clear path for the air to get in or out. For me, that really scares me. Everyone's experienced a toothache, but what Coda must be going through with multiple teeth penetrating into his sinuses, causing a pressure build-up, pressing on his eyes, pressing on his brain, it must be horrific. If we don't do anything about this soon, then it will kill him.
Hey little man, you gonna be brave for your surgery?
The risky operation to remove the teeth is scheduled in 3 days. This will be Coda's biggest test.
Life would be incredibly different without him, and I think a lot of people would miss him terribly because he's a big part of everybody's life here.
Inside the Yarrambat Clinic, Australia's smallest horse is busy raiding the staff lunches.
Oh, Coda. Coda, you can't eat that. That's someone's lunch.
Coda's happily unaware he will soon have to undergo major surgery to remove the massive teeth that are shutting off his air supply.
It'd be nice to actually give something back to him, really make a difference to his life, remove that source of pain, remove that pressure, and actually make him happy again.
Today's tracheostomy is step 1 of the risky procedure.
By putting this tracheostomy tube into his windpipe and allowing him to breathe through it, we then free up space for the surgeons to go into his mouth, go into his sinuses and work their magic. Without that, there's just no way for him to breathe under anaesthetic. For me, it's amazing that he's actually got this far. there's two really large arteries, two really large veins, and a really important nerve that are right next to where we need to be making this cut. So that's always going to be the biggest concern. It's the really crucial part now. We actually need to cut into the windpipe. Then we place this tube in that space, and hopefully that's going to be the job done.
Nice job.
And we're in. That now becomes essentially his new airway, his new way to breathe. All right, mate, I'm happy.
That's great, perfect.
Just going to drop me down in there. There you go, buddy.
How's that, little buddy? A little wide ride, wasn't it? Hold him up so he's sort of in a sitting position. Okay. Whoop, no, he's going to stand.
To clear out any blood from the tracheostomy tube, Chris needs to give Coda a good shake. But the little horse has had enough.
Keep me right in there.
Oh, really?
Thanks, Coda. That was nice. That was nice. I'm going to have legs looking like yours soon. Oh, man. How tough is Coda? It's an hour after the operation. He walks out to his barn, has a look around, looks at me and goes, mate, you did this. Hey, mate. Well, he's gone. I'm in awe of his toughness. But the reality is he's got a much bigger operation still to come, and I really hope he's up to it. We'll see you in a few days' time, Coda.
See you, mate.
See you, mate.
Coda's very good this morning. He is breathing very well after his operation the other day.
3 days later, Coda heads to the city with Andrew and Karen for the operation that will hopefully save his life.
I can't help but be a bit nervous, I have to say. Yeah, I guess it is a bit like having a child going in for an operation. You do feel a large responsibility, and you just hope that you're doing the right thing by him. He's just got to get through today.
Hey, Lynch,
Hey, Chris.
Karen, how you going?
How are you?
How's the trip in?
Yeah, it was good.
All right. Hey, big man. He's got a special ramp, does he?
He does.
The operation will take place at Advanced Vet Care in the Melbourne suburb of Kensington.
Boy.
It's quite something, man. You are very special, ain't you? And it's a big day for you, isn't it? Cool, buddy. It's an amazing amount of teeth in that small space.
Absolutely, unfortunately, yes.
Associate Professor Gary Wilson, a specialist horse dentist from Queensland, is doing the surgery for free.
It's right up there with doing wombats and koalas, okay, for difficulty.
Didn't see anything like that.
No, this is definitely a first for me.
Associate Professor Andrew Heggie, an oral and facial surgeon at Melbourne's Royal Children's Hospital, is another volunteer on this elite surgical team.
Well, I've been drawn into it because of the problems of the dwarf miniature pony and some of the problems related to the jaws and the teeth. Coda visits from time to time, and the children's eyes nearly pop out of their heads when they see him pottering by. This miniature horse that's actually alive and not a mechanical sort of device. And I think we want to keep him in good health for as long as we can, for obvious reasons.
If we can't access the tooth properly, or the tooth breaks in the process, we'll probably go to surgery. Initially, we'll start by splitting the mouth on both sides. If that doesn't work, we'll then go to what's called a buccotomy, where we'll raise a flap off the side of the tooth and try and take it out sideways. Okay. And if that doesn't work, we'll then go in through the sinus, which means we drill a hole in his head and go in that way.
For Karen to hear there might potentially be some drilling going on through Coda's skull, that's going to be a pretty tough thing for her to swallow.
The potential for catastrophe is great. One slip the wrong way or an anaesthetic complication and things could go disastrously bad.
So that back edge is actually still molar 1. Molar 2 hasn't even erupted on this guy yet.
Coda's complex operation to save his life has begun. Within a few minutes, Chief Surgeon Gary Wilson has to make a tough decision.
First off here is I can't get my finger back to the tooth that I need to extract. So we're going to split him. I'm going to do a bilateral commisurotomy, which means basically I'm going to make him smile bigger, temporarily. Righto. What I'll get you to do while I'm cutting is if you can stretch that for me.
Sure.
That tightens that, which gives me a better cut. Pretty drastic way to get a look at the teeth.
It is certainly horrifying seeing him with his face split open, but no, he's all right. He's in good hands.
Now we got access, because that's the tooth I need is 1, 2, 3, 4. So, time to take a tooth out. I'm about to try and remove the gum from the teeth that are affected. So that's what that's for.
The first molar on the top jaw on both sides has to come out.
At the moment, we're just trying to make a bit of space around the tooth we want to remove. Everything is just so jam-packed up there that really space is golden. When using these instruments, just to try lever around a bit of room, and hopefully once we've done that, we're going to be able to start working that tooth out.
The surgical team has now reached the critical moment. If any of Coda's teeth break off, Gary will have to drill in through the skull.
The hardest thing here is just getting your patience, because this is a really delicate yet forceful procedure at the same time. It's a bizarre mixture of strength and patience.
I can actually now move this tooth a little bit with my finger. All right, let's try a lift. Oh, that's tight. Whoa, Junior.
We've now got it about 1 inch out of the socket, but the problem is this tooth is up to 4 inches long. To actually get it out inside the mouth is quite a task, because it just won't fit to come out. So really trying to suck it back in, isn't it?
You can hear that vacuum in. Go, baby, go. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Crap.
Change of pressure?
We've just hit a little stumbling block in that we've raised the tooth out of the socket enough that unfortunately it's hitting the other teeth on the other side, and it needs to come up along. I've got to somehow get it past these teeth on the other side, and I'm not too sure how we're going to do that yet.
The surgery has now been going for more than 2 hours.
It's coming a little bit at a time.
Yeah. At last, the team's patience is finally paying off.
Yeah. Go, baby, go.
Oh, it just keeps on coming, doesn't it?
Mighty.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Sure is curved.
Look at that. And you look at that there, inside that tiny skull. The maths just doesn't add up. And Coda's really paid the full price for that. That's incredible. This is the first tooth cleaned up. It's just absurdly large. And this is enough to put the tooth fairy into liquidation. It's ridiculous.
After another 30 minutes, the second tooth is ready for extraction.
Well done.
Here we go.
Oh.
Jeez, well done.
It's a boy.
That's it there.
Done. Well done, team.
No, mate, well done you. That was extraordinary.
Great stuff.
Now we just got to put Coda back together.
Yeah.
Very happy, yes. Yeah, no, all's gone swimmingly well.
For me to be a part of this surgical team and actually take part in this operation for Coda is special. But to know that it is a life-saving procedure, it's really something. You just need to look at the faces of Lynchy and Karen to see the relief.
We expect so much maturity of him, don't we? You forget that he's just a little baby.
He's a tough little fella.
He's a tough little fella. Made us all very proud, mate.
Incredibly, Coda is back up on his feet only 15 minutes later.
Take it slowly, man.
But it will take him at least a month to fully recover.
He's going to play the little tough guy and carry on as though he's in no pain at all, but he'd be feeling it right now.
You're a remarkable little fella.
He's a small little man, but he's had to become a big guy on the inside to go through and overcome all these hurdles. How's the patient this morning?
He's doing really well. Yeah. He's got a little bit of swelling in his cheeks.
Yep.
But his appetite's back, and we're really pleased with how he's going.
Next day, Chris meets up with Andrew and Karen to check on Coda.
Oh, look at you. What are you doing? You okay? The check is there. No tooth under there, so tooth fairy's obviously big.
Tooth fairy's big.
Yep.
After his surgical ordeal, Coda is living up to his reputation as the Iron Horse.
He looks like someone that's had their wisdom teeth out, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He's got that real chipmunk look about his cheeks.
Yeah. I've got to say, I mean, you look at what he went through with that operation yesterday, it was quite a forceful procedure, but true to Coda's nature, he bounces back, shakes it off, and away he goes. Back on track now, aren't you? Nothing's going to stop you. More food?
Literally within an hour of the surgery, he was looking around for food, doing his old normal things, you know, sort of bumping up against us, wanting a scratch, being his old normal self. And I was just absolutely chuffed to see that. He's got a lot of character, Coda.
The dwarf horse, who is not meant to live longer than 6 months, will now be around for many more years.
Coda, just slow down, buddy.
A lot of kids look at Coda and they want one. He's a very cute little pet. Coda is not an ideal pet at all. I wouldn't encourage anyone to take on a pet like Coda unless they are specifically able to deal with the many health problems that his condition entails.
Knock, knock. Only 6 weeks later, Coda is back on the rounds at Melbourne's Royal Children's Hospital.
I think he's very cute and he loves to see people, like to come and visit kids here at the hospital. I think he's nice and soft.
Hopefully now the little horse's battle against chronic pain is finally over.
He has been through a lot. He has been through significant periods of convalescence where he's had to overcome significant surgeries. So yeah, I think he can probably relate to the experience of being in hospital. I think he can continue doing his good work here, and he obviously brings a smile to all the kids' faces here. It's fantastic to see. So the team's back together and we're hoping to have many good years together.
I'm lucky enough to see animals every day of my life, but there aren't many that come along like Coda. He's the smallest horse in Australia, but he's one that's probably left the biggest mark on me.
Oh, we've just come home and they've got a new rabbit, and I don't know. We think
We
maybe
just found her in the garage.
the leg's sort of, almost off, like the back hind leg's so up. We don't know what's happening.
Alice is the much-loved first pet of Pia and Mimi.
Come through straight away.
Mum Nikki and her distraught daughters came home to find their bunny with horrific leg injuries.
You just got home just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I just literally raced up as soon as I saw her. I just grabbed her, put her in the. It's all right, darling. I just put her in the. in the hutch. It's okay.
So no idea what could have caused it?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she's tried to get herself through a really ridiculous space, and I don't know.
She's got a big skin tear on the side of her body there. Legs hanging really loose, which is a big concern. They can sometimes panic themselves and do things that make no sense, and if they get stuck in a particular place, they can push themselves or leap off and catch themselves on something. But I just don't know at this stage what she's done. My priority really has to be to stabilise her first, and then we'll go looking for injuries next. Right now, I just need to make sure she's going to pull through this. Erin, can I have a hand?
Yeah, sure.
She's got a really fast heart rate, so she's quite shocky. This is some saline, which is just going to go straight underneath the skin there, and she'll absorb that really quickly. The goal of this is really to go into a bloodstream almost immediately and try to boost her blood pressure. If we can do that, it just keeps that blood circulating and really keeps her alive.
He's going to do absolutely everything he can, okay?
There are 2 little girls that really want you to come home, okay? So how about we work together as a team and make that happen, huh? This
is just your worst nightmare. I mean, so concerned about Alice, but at the same time, those girls, I mean, it's their first ever pet, and this shouldn't be how it is.
To make Alice better, okay, sweetheart? Alright?
Good girl. Good girl.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital Sash, a 5-year-old Coolie is being carried straight to the treatment room by her owner George and emergency vet Lisa Chimes. The distressed Ash has suddenly lost the use of her back legs.
Give me a hand. Just going to give her a little injection. Some sedation. She's clearly getting quite stressed about not being able to use her back legs.
Lisa fears toxin from a potentially lethal paralysis tick has attacked Ash's nervous system and immobilised her.
What a paralysis tick does is it jumps onto the animal and it starts sucking off their blood, and as it's feeding off their blood it injects the toxin into their system, and the toxin causes paralysis and it can actually paralyse the breathing muscles. No matter what we do to treat her, if we don't pull this tick off, it's just going to keep injecting the toxin into her system. You're a good girl, don't stress, don't stress. If you don't want to do it, we won't do it. Oh, you're a good girl. A little bit of handling from us that makes her stressed could be the difference between life or death.
Okay, all right, so she's hanging in there. She's been a tough little girl.
14-week-old Alice is struggling to survive a terrible trauma. Both her back legs have been mutilated.
She's just resting in a cage at the moment, which is the best thing for her. The reason she's being so tough out there and being so brave is because she knows how much you love her, okay?
She's a gorgeous little thing. She's beautiful. We love her. So yeah, it's you know, it's devastating. It's devastating.
As Nikki takes the girls home to wait for news, Chris begins x-raying Alice.
Go on, it's scary. This is where our worry is. That's the one with a big gash in it. This one here, it's intact. But here, on that leg that looks awful and is just hanging free, we've got a big fracture there. The big test really is if she doesn't feel any pain in her toes, it means the nerve's been severed as well, and that leg would have to come off. You're just going to go in here.
Alice needs to rest and recover from the shock. She must stabilise before Chris can treat her injuries.
You just relax there.
Later that afternoon, Nikki brings the girls back to the clinic with get well messages for their young bunny.
I love you, Alice, from your best friend Mimi.
It's very sweet. So we put that one there. It's beautiful. Hey, she's having a read now. Look.
Sadly, there's news that Chris doesn't want the little girls to hear.
That leg, I think, is probably going to have to come off.
Yeah.
If she does pull through, I'd probably operate on her tomorrow. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Pia. Thank you, Minnie. Okay, we're going to work really hard to make everything okay. All right?
You normally always find them. Serena's our tick-finding queen.
At Sash, Lisa and Serena are searching for the deadly tick they believe is causing Ash's paralysis.
It might have already dropped off as well.
It's possible. There is like
Finally,
a lump there.
they discover what looks like a tick crater.
They've got like almost like claws coming off their mouth where they hook into the skin, and that's how they suck the blood. And they leave behind a really nasty little hole in the skin.
Before the anti-serum treatment begins, owner George is allowed a quick visit.
So it's definitely a hole.
Yeah. Turns out this is not Ash's first hospital visit. When she was only 1, a broken leg cost her owners $4,000 in medical bills.
Whatever you do, look after the legs.
We will. The precious,
$4,000 worth of
legs.
So we've decided we're keeping her for 20 years. If she dies ahead of time, I'm getting her stuffed.
All right, baby girl.
She's a fantastic dog. Crazy as, but a lovable dog.
And the tail is still wagging.
sometimes they can get worse in the first 24 hours. So her breathing can get worse, and she may need to even go on a ventilator. So we really, really need to watch her.
Next day at the Bondi Clinic, Alice needs more time to recover before Chris can begin surgery on her badly damaged legs.
It's a bit slower, isn't it? It's better.
While the bunny is resting, another fluffy creature has mysteriously entered the premises.
Who's that? Hello?
She doesn't have an appointment.
Hey, buddy. Can I help you? And gone.
And she doesn't appear to have an owner.
Maybe she's out of work and wants a job, I don't know.
We've never employed a dog before, you see. This sort of breaks all the rules. And, I mean, I guess you'd be able to talk their language. And you'd be doing Neil out of a job.
I know. We'll see if we can find your mum and dad. Hello, it's Neil here from Bondi Junction Vet Hospital. You've lost a little dog called Lollipop. She's just dropped in for a visit, so if you'd like to come and pick her up, that would be great. Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
Dogs don't typically walk in without their owners. Normally their owners have to drag them in here. The vet clinic is not the place to be for an animal.
What have you done while I was away?
At Sash, paralysis tick victim Ash still can't walk, but a visit from her owner Wendy is instantly lifting her spirits.
She's just starting to get some strength back in the back legs, but she still can't really stand up. She can sort of army crawl along the ground.
The fact that she can't make a noise and swallow and things is worrying, and the fact that she's not bouncing all around the room, because that's the sort of dog she is. She's just a nutter. Hi. You're the centre of attention, Bobby. You just be getting
Trying so hard to get up.
Well, it's very hard for her to sit still. Yeah, she never stops. My mum's had a dog die of a tick thing, and would hate that to happen to this one. So, rather anxious, because life without a dog isn't quite the same.
Hey Neil, any word yet, mate?
Yeah, no, the lady's just arrived already. Here we go.
Really? Oh, hello. How are you?
Meanwhile, Lollipop's owner Clarissa has arrived to reclaim her runaway.
I just adopted her. She'd been abandoned by every single owner that she had because she just keeps running. So no one wanted to keep her.
Yeah.
I just fell in love with her straight away.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You're back.
It's certainly turning out to be an eventful day for Chris.
Excuse me, my daughter wants to know, are you married? She's 23 and she's gorgeous looking. She wants to know your working hours here. I said, why don't you ring and speak with Neil? And she's gorgeous looking. No, we didn't set it up, did we?
Nothing to do with me. No. Chris is getting all these proposals. What about me? What do I get? Nothing. It's all Chris Brown.
Get back to work, Neil. I think someone needs some emotional intensive care.
The next morning, things get a lot more serious at the clinic as Chris and Neil prepare Alice for her major surgery.
Yeah, see mate, this one's really...
Yeah, not good.
Floppy there.
The 14-week-old bunny was found at home with shocking injuries to her back legs.
She has no idea that I'm doing that.
No.
That leg, it just can't stay there. She's just going to drag it around, cause injuries to herself. So, I hate to say it does have to come off.
This isn't going to be an easy operation. You look at Alice and you can see that she's small. And because of that, everything is so delicate. She can't afford to lose much blood because she doesn't really have a lot to start with. Somehow she's already managed to cope with all this shock and all this trauma. I just hope she's got enough fight left in her
to handle this surgery.
Here today? Oh my goodness! Look at you! You can walk!
Ash is slowly recovering from her tick bite. 2 days ago, the coolie was rushed into Sash, paralysed in her back legs.
Ash, I know you can walk now. You go back to bed for some more rest.
Now she's back on her feet, but still has one important test to pass before she's given the all clear.
The tick has paralysed her swallow reflex, so she hasn't been able to eat for a few days, and I want to see if she can now eat now that she's becoming a little bit stronger. It's a big test. She has to stay in hospital until she can eat normally. What have I got? What have I got? Take it very slowly. Wait. Oh my God. Wait, Ash. All right. She's definitely getting her pace back. Scared to put my fingers there. She's quick. You're quick. Looking forward to seeing her when she's back to her normal self. I think she is going to be a lunatic.
First thing you always have to do here is just work out where the big beating arteries are, because they're the ones that if you nick them, Alice is going to be in trouble really quickly.
Yeah, it's really tricky. They're just so sensitive, you just have to do tiny increments.
In the Bondi operating theatre, Chris is about to begin the delicate amputation of Alice's back leg. The little bunny is the first pet of Pia and Mimi.
To know what those two little girls have just been through, coming home and discovering Alice looking like that, of course it's going to put more pressure on you to try to make that better, try to give them their little Alice back. That's what that work's really been leading to, just trying to clear away the blood vessels and the muscles so we can get at this bone here. Now, it's not the nicest thing for Alice, but this bit is really essential. Sorry, Alice. That leg's now off. Wound's been nicely sewed up, so now we move on to the other leg.
But as Chris begins work on Alice's other leg, her heart suddenly stops.
Just stop for a second. I don't know if I've got a heartbeat though. No. No.
For nearly 10 minutes, Chris and Neil desperately try to revive Alice. Finally, they get her back.
Yep, it's there.
So I'm just going to really faint heartbeat here, it's quite slow. I'm just trying to stimulate him with some atropine to try to quicken up his heart.
Just a few minutes later, the bunny slips away again.
No.
Stop?
No, stop.
Stop?
Stop.
With precious seconds ticking by, Chris is again trying everything he can to kickstart Alice's heart. For 15 minutes, he refuses to give up.
Come on, buddy. Come on, man. Surprise us all, mate. She's young, she's fragile, she's already been through a lot, and it just suddenly was too much for her, and it's absolutely as gutting a feeling as you can get. You think about Peter and Mimi and
Tunnel! Over! Over! Ah!
better, and it's great news for Ash and her grateful owner Wendy. The crazy coolie was carried into Sash, unable to walk, after the toxin from a tick bite paralysed her back legs. Now Ash has made a full recovery and is back doing her favourite tricks.
Weave. Tunnel! I love to see her back in the park doing the things that she adores, and we just have so much fun.
Probably guess who this little guy's for. I'm just really hoping that this is just the best possible surprise for Pia and Mimi. I think they deserve it.
It's been 2 months since Pia and Mimi's pet rabbit passed away. Little Alice suffered horrific injuries to her back legs and sadly died during surgery.
My biggest fear throughout all of this was that Pia and Mimi would really lose faith and be scared to ever connect with anything living again. Hey, your mum and I were talking, and we think that it's not right that you girls don't have a little bunny to love in your lives. I think they quite literally thought I'd pulled a rabbit out of my hat.
I think they're in total shock.
Then I just saw its ears and its eyes, and then I just recognised it, and I was like, whoa, that's a rabbit.
He's a little boy.
It's a boy, guys.
I just watched their faces go from this absolute look of surprise to all of a sudden their eyes soften and this little smile come over their face, and you knew it was meant to be. If you had to choose a name for a boy rabbit, what do you think?
Chris, because he helped us.
Really?
I had to choose that name because that was all I could think of.
Christopher Rabbit. That's pretty cute.
Nikki's a great mum, really taking time before they even considered getting another pet. I think he's spot on. You've got to be honest, but at the same time, you have to eventually let them love again, and she's done that.
You were walking forward. Good boy.
Outside the Bondi Clinic, 5-year-old Kelpie Jasper is staggering uncontrollably.
That's you.
Owner Heidi is struggling to hold her baby Lexi and stop Jasper from falling over.
Up you go. Up. And there's a few stairs here.
Every day when I take him for a walk, watching him fall, it all breaks my heart to see him fall over, definitely.
Jasper suffered a knock to his head as a puppy before Heidi rescued him. What started out as a small balance problem has now become a shocking affliction.
What I'd like to do is actually see how he moves, and really do a full examination on him. If it's okay with you, even though I know your hand's already full, is actually go to the park.
There you go. Yeah, so he's not too bad, like when he sort of gets it together. Hey,
Hey, buddy. Relaxing, didn't you? It's all right. I know some people would look at Jasper and think that this just isn't fair on him and that maybe he should even be put out of his misery. But when I look into Jasper's eyes, to me, he's not unhappy. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with the fact he's loved so much. That jerky way of moving and getting around, and the fact that nothing is done in a smooth way, is really characteristic of one particular part of his brain not working.
Yeah.
And that part of the brain is the cerebellum, so it's just at the back here.
Yeah.
And what it does is if I want to go and pick something off the ground, then my cerebellum controls that and makes sure it's a nice smooth move.
Yeah.
And then brings it back. Whereas if my cerebellum wasn't working, it is like being drunk. It's all over the place.
Can't work out where he or, yeah.
That's normal. You should see the leg kick out like that.
Yeah.
He's a complicated little guy. Can we solve his problem? I hope so. But the reality is I just don't know. I need to do a brain scan to see if we can improve his life and Heidi's as well.
Oh, little guy.
All right, kitty. I know you were scared and sore.
A frightened cat has been rushed into the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH with a suspected snake bite.
How are we going to handle you?
But examining Dougal is going to be very difficult.
Gives me a fright every time. This cat has apparently been found next to a black snake, and according to the owners, he's got a swelling on his face. The problem is he is seriously angry and we cannot get near him. Far out, you're crazy, kitty. This is not funny because snake bites are actually really serious, but Dougal's owners are refusing to appear on camera. I think they're embarrassed by his behaviour. Well, he's in there.
You're going to be fun, aren't you?
So I think our only option is to give him an anaesthetic with gas.
Lisa now has to get Dougal into the anaesthetic chamber.
Should have a first aid kit.
The question is, can the team do it without casualties?
Dougal is nuts. He could really hurt someone. He is a shredding machine.
I've got all these mats down so he doesn't slip.
Back home with Jasper, Heidi's constantly on watch to make sure her Kelpie doesn't hurt himself.
Good boy.
Chris has called in some favours to fast-track an MRI scan for Jasper.
Good boy.
The scan will confirm whether brain damage is causing his deteriorating condition.
That's a good boy. We'll try anything to see if there's something we can do to help him. Because if he could get better, or if he could regain any balance, or even his hearing, it would be pretty amazing.
So his head just popping up there, just on his back.
Freaking me out watching him, seeing him on the table, out to it, and yeah, it's a scary thing to see your animal like that, definitely.
Jasper's brain scan is about to begin.
See you soon, Jasper. Back soon, buddy.
Chris is hoping it will reveal just what's causing the brave Kelpie to look like this.
Hey.
Have a look right in here. This is a CSF in here, and that's the space it sits in, and that's a ventricle. And that looks really big.
Yeah.
That could be causing his problem, I think.
Yeah. So it's like having a water balloon inside the brain that's being filled up with water and pressing on that brain, and that may explain the signs we're seeing in Jasper.
I think so.
The key to Jasper's future is going to be working out why that fluid is building up, and then I guess most importantly, working out, hey, if it's building up, can we actually reverse that? Can we take that fluid away? And if we can do that, then there is a chance that we may actually be able to do something for Jasper. Just a chance.
That'd be awesome.
But just a chance.
Jasper's scans will now be sent to a neurological specialist for further investigation.
Definitely better news than I thought it was going to be, so it was really good to see those scans.
You look at Heidi and you see what she's been through, especially in the last few weeks when Jasper's really deteriorated. You just want a good outcome here, and I really hope we're going to get it.
At SASH, Lisa's trying to get close enough to the frightened Dougal to find out if he's been bitten by a snake.
Now let's just hope we can actually get him into the anaesthetic chamber without any casualties.
Got him? Yep.
All right. Watch your hand, Vic. Ah, takes 3 people to wrestle a 5-kilo cat. Isn't that just great? It's taken a few minutes, but Dougal is finally under my control, and now I can actually start looking for the bite site. The problem is we've already lost valuable time, and if Dougal has been bitten by a black snake, then that venom is already attacking his system. I think we've definitely got some soft swelling over here, and 2 puncture wounds over there.
With puncture wounds found, Lisa has the evidence she needs to start giving Dougal the anti-venom treatment.
Give him 5 minutes for those meds to kick in. He can't even lift his head and he's growling already. Not a happy camper. Even though everyone's having a laugh about Dougal's personality and how aggro he is, it actually is quite a serious situation. So normally we give it over half an hour, but we'll just go a little bit slower in him. I just don't want him to have a reaction. The problem with black snake bites is that the animals can actually get worse before they get better. Sometimes they can have delayed signs, so it's really important that we keep a close eye on Dougal and only send him home when we're 100% sure he's recovered.
It's not just Lisa who's coping with cranky customers. Next day, Chris gets an emergency call from the Australian Reptile Park to treat a patient he's not looking forward to meeting.
Well, we've got a gator, Flo, one of our big girls, and normally she'd put her eggs just safely in a nest. But we've found a couple that have just been dropped here and there, nowhere near the nest.
Yeah.
And that worries us because it's never happened before.
Okay. And Flo's a nice girl?
Well, not at the moment. She's got a nest that she's built and defending, so she's as cranky as ever.
It's good news. If she's laid the eggs in here, then they're going to be cooking in this heat.
Absolutely. Well, alligators are not from Australia, and our son here, their eggs become hard-boiled. They don't hatch, so we need to get them out and artificially incubate.
That's pretty easy, obviously, getting those eggs out with her there.
Yeah. But mate, I've only done it once before.
The gators are normally pretty defensive when you enter their pond. They'll charge you, but this time we're dealing with a mother. Hormones are involved. This could be messy.
Why can't she be like the other ones? That would be nice.
Small gators like this sometimes are really fiery. You know, they want to guard these nests. It is a matter of life and death.
Look at that.
The other more serious worry is that Flo might still have eggs stuck inside her, causing her erratic behaviour.
For a reptile, being egg-bound puts their whole system under extreme stress. They're constantly straining, which means they build up a lot of lactic acid. Too much, their system shuts down.
Pop back over here, Chris.
At the Australian Reptile Park's alligator lagoon, Chris is attempting to get close enough to Flo for an examination.
I'm going to say, when she's jumping around like that, you have to watch yourself and make sure that there's no gators behind you and make sure that she can't attack you from the front.
Just watch these, because they'll come running, mate.
It's all going on in there and you've got to make sure you're in a good position, otherwise you get caught out.
The first time Mum has left 2 eggs out in the open, which must be collected before they cook in the heat.
To jump on her, we've got to get in and we've got to get the eyes closed. Now, so you've got to get reasonably close, and that's where they're dangerous. Comfy there?
Yeah.
Before Flo's examination, Chris and Tim retrieve the rest of Flo's eggs so they can all be incubated.
So it looks like it's about it.
Yeah.
How many have we got there?
About 20.
About 20 or so.
Yeah.
Not many.
Yeah, small female, but we'd probably expect a couple more.
If that's it, then I've still got some concerns that she may actually had some stuck inside her.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Keep it down. That's it. And on her.
She's actually torn there, so that may have been the effort of laying those eggs. It looks fairly fresh. So obviously she did have a bit of a struggle. I'm just going to make a couple of sweeping movements through here just to see if we can visualise any eggs.
With 40 alligators lurking in the lagoon, this will be the most nerve-wracking ultrasound Chris has ever performed.
This whole procedure is so time critical. If Flo is egg-bound, she's going to be building up lactic acid by the second. We need to get in there, work out if she is, and then treat it. We'll check the other side as well. That's all fine.
Happy there's none?
Yeah, that's all okay. All right, we're probably right to let her go.
We needed to get the eggs out and we needed to give her the clean bill of health, and we got both, so great result. 1, 2, 3.
The eggs will now be incubated for 2 months before the arrival of Flo's youngsters.
Good
Good luck, guys. We'll see you later on. Once they hatch, they're going to be ferocious little monsters, and I can't wait to see them.
Oh my goodness. This is a different cat because before he was lunging at the cage and now he wants some kisses. Look at you!
Sasha's most feared patient has survived a snake bite
Oh my goodness. What a different cat.
and appears to have had a personality transformation.
He was like a wild zoo animal that we couldn't get near without sedation. Now he practically came out of the cage to cuddle us and he is just a completely different cat. Hello, buddy.
But there will be one more test of this prickly patient's personality.
I still don't trust you though, buddy. I'm sorry.
I don't trust you either.
After your performance. We're going to be taking out his IV catheter, which is not pleasant for even the nicest of cats, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge with Dougal. We've got some sedation ready in case he decides to not play with us.
Or he does decide to play with us.
In his way, not our way. We are...
Nearly done.
1, 2, 3. Come on, Dougie. All right, just a Band-Aid. Worst is over. It's all over. I'm always happy to see my patients go home because it means that they're better, but I don't think Dougal's going to be on my Christmas card list. And I've given him strict instructions that he needs to be a good boy to his family. He really needs to keep the only friends that he's got. So, Dougal, you happy to be leaving us at Sash? Please don't come back.
I know. You're a good boy.
The next day, an anxious Heidi brings Jasper into Sash for a second opinion from specialist neurologist Georgina Child.
No, Jasper. One more. Yes, he has an abnormality on his scan, but I don't think it explains all of his clinical signs. And at this point, I don't think that surgery is going to help him.
Sadly, there will be no miracle cure.
Oh, goodness. I think that whatever problem he has is likely to be a problem within the structure of the brain itself. It's not something that we're going to change by, say, draining the fluid from his ventricles.
Yeah, oh, that's a real shame.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't gutted when Georgina said there's nothing more we can do. When you've done so much and come this far only to get the answer that you probably feared all along, it still hurts.
Cool. I'll probably go home and burst into tears or something, but hopefully we'll have a few more years out of it at least.
Even though we've done every form of medical examination, it doesn't mean we can't use our imagination and try to come up with some other solution to help him out. I don't like giving up.
We tried.
Honestly, Jasper's situation has really been playing my mind. You look at him and you see this dog that so stoically and so bravely carries on, it almost forces you to do more.
Chris has kept his promise to Heidi and Jasper. He hopes he's found the answer to help the Kelpie with the inoperable brain disease.
Hello.
Hi,
How
Chris.
are you?
I'm Helen.
Hey, Helen.
And are you the famous Jasper?
Yeah.
Hello.
This is a bit interesting, isn't it, Jasper?
I hear you like your walks in the park.
I think it's going to be running in the park somewhere.
Running in the park. You a speed demon.
It could very well be a speed demon after this.
Now, Mr. Jasper, you are looking good.
Hey, here we go. There we go. I guess part of you expects that miracle where he's going to hop into that cart and suddenly sprint out and get himself in the car. It's not the reality, though. Here we go.
It's just the beginning for Jasper and his canine cart.
Here we go.
Many of the other patients at the rehabilitation hospital are achieving amazing results.
Hey, buddy, look at you go. What we're seeing is the first brilliant steps, and give it a couple of weeks, it's going to be amazing.
See, already it's getting easier, isn't it?
Yeah. Hello. want to come outside?
Oh my gosh! Oh, actually the luckiest boy.
Walk to Mum. Go walk to Mum.
Oh my goodness! Look at you. Oh, Jasper, you've got. Look at that little help. So I don't have to be holding you up the whole time.
Exactly right.
Wow. Oh, Jasper, that is amazing. That is amazing. For him to have that now, I won't be so worried, which will be so make my life so much easier. Oh, Jasper.
Here's Flo's little gators. Just hatched.
Hey, guys.
You have to get ready to grab them. Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Thought you were going to be hard-boiled, didn't you?
First 4.
2 months later at the reptile park, and Flo's babies are starting to hatch. But will the new arrivals end up as feisty as their infamous mum?
They're little miniature Flows. A lot of attitude, a lot of get up and go.
How's he feel? He's gotcha.
It's okay. It's going to be fine. And even a nice little bite just to remind me of the fact that they're Flo's babies.
Boy.
As for Jasper, look at him now with his new wheels.
Good boy. Oh, I'm absolutely amazed and so impressed with Jasper's progress with these wheels on. Everybody comments on how amazing he's been doing and how strong he looks and how confident he is and just how much better he's walking. Like almost every day I get comments from people saying, you know, is that the same dog? I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Go home and have a bottle of champagne, Jasper. Good boy.
She's a good girl.
At the Bondi Clinic, Jen's anxiously waiting for her appointment with Chris.
I'm very nervous. She's only 2 and this wasn't meant to happen.
English Pointer Jewel looks pregnant, and it was definitely unplanned.
That's why we're here, right?
Yes. She doesn't belong to me. She's my son's dog.
Yep.
And he left her in my charge while he went overseas to work. And she got out with our dog. And I'm not quite sure what she's been up to. I have a bit of an idea.
You'd expect that I'd be able to touch her stomach and feel the puppies, but her belly wall is so tight, I can't feel a thing.
X-rays will confirm whether this is a phantom pregnancy or the real thing.
It's a big moment, Jen. You see her? She has a football team inside of her.
Oh dear.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
How can they all be in there?
11 puppies is going to be a huge ask on Jewel, and the reality is if she was desexed, she would never have been put in this situation. The world's already got enough puppies that don't have homes. We probably don't need to add to it with any more. But you look at Jen right now, I don't think this is going to be a mistake she'd make twice.
Hello.
With the pregnancy confirmed, Jen now has to come clean to her son.
Edie thinks there might be about 11 in there.
11 puppies?
Yeah. Oh.
So I guess I should say congratulations.
Yes. No, do you want a dog?
It's going to be hard. My son's away. My husband's away working. It's just us. I really don't know that I can cope with it on my own. I would hate to think that she got into distress and we had trouble.
While Jen and Jewel go home for the countdown, Chris is on his way to the Australian Reptile Park for a consultation he's not too keen on.
That is our big male king cobra.
Mate, I can see his problem already too. Is that a retained spectacle there?
Yeah, it's very obvious, isn't it?
Nicknamed King of the Jungle, the 5-metre cobra is one of the world's most dangerous snakes.
Doesn't look too happy.
The problem with the king of the jungle is the fact that when he shed his skin, he left a couple of scales over his eye. Because he can't see out of his right side, he freaks out and he's liable to strike, which makes him dangerous.
The scales have to be removed, and that
Because he's
means
a highly
trouble
strung
for
snake with that
head
on his
keeper
eye.
Tim Faulkner.
The amount of venom that gets pumped into you from a bite from that is so much that it outweighs toxicity in some cases, and you know, you do not want to get bitten. You know, I'm not catching him. He is beyond me. He needs the master.
It's not me.
The master is the owner of the Australian Reptile Park, John Weigel.
He's crazy. I wouldn't say that he's mad. He certainly doesn't take risks. It's all calculated and he knows what he's doing.
The biggest problem is that there's so much snake here to work with. Such a small area.
You know the king's not mucking around when you see him actually have a little strike at John. Now, if that was me, I'd be backing off and just thinking this just isn't going to happen today.
The position you put the snake in by going in there, it's going to bite.
After several attempts, John finally pins down the formidable cobra.
So I'm going to need some help with this snake, guys.
Given how venomous these snakes are and how much venom they inject, we're also going to milk him, so if he was to bite someone, mainly us or other keepers, it's going to be a lot less dangerous.
Oh, look at that.
Holy moly.
You can see those fangs just injecting in.
As far as procedures go, it's actually not that complicated. You're just getting some tweezers and lifting that scale off the eye, but you have all these conflicting emotions and energy inside you going, get out of there as soon as you can. So it's a matter of being gentle, precise, and quick. He's getting his first look at me and he doesn't like it.
Oh, look at that. That's got to be 4 layers.
Yeah, it's quite a few.
So now comes the fun part, getting rid of the snake. Okay, everybody hop out. Okay, we ready with the door, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, operation successful. What we wanted to do was to get the snake out without scaring it too much and without sustaining a world newsworthy bite. It worked out perfectly. I think we have a happier snake on our hands now.
There's a threshold that you have to decide to cross.
Yeah.
I don't think I could cross it. Would you cross it?
We decided that threshold was sanity.
Yeah.
And you'd gone actually beyond that. Tim said he's crazy, but he's not mad. No, he's crazy and he's mad.
It's time for Chris to head home.
Come on in.
But not before Tim introduces him to the Reptile Park's newest resident.
We've got a little cutie in here, mate.
Barry, the baby wombat.
He's a little orphan. He came from Scone. His mother was hit by a car.
Something about wombats. Cuteness just exudes out of their big fat heads and their short stumpy legs. Essentially, Barry has a drinking problem. This is quite possibly the best part of your day, isn't it, Barry? Look at you. Could be the best part of my day as well. He drinks too quickly and then he's just knackered and needs to sleep it off. His milk, he's just got to learn that no one's going to take his bottle away. So how's everything going?
Yeah, she's okay. She's had one.
Yep.
But nothing since.
Okay.
2 days after Jules' visit to the clinic, a call from owner Jen gets Chris out of bed.
Just try to keep it calm. Is she pushing at the moment?
Jules' huge litter of pups is on the way.
Hello? Hello. You're Dad, aren't you? So we've had one?
Yes.
And nothing since? Did you take a number early, did you? First in the queue? We're now at about 2.5 hours since the first puppy was delivered. I mean, that's not ideal. You'd normally like them to be followed up pretty quickly, usually within about half an hour. Dad just getting involved when he needs to, come out and saying, hey, chill, I'm loving your work right now, you're doing great. If you need me, I'm inside, but until the next one's delivered, I'll probably be asleep. But keep up the good work. This is going to be a very long process. I just
weighing up right now whether I intervene, whether I actually give her an injection of something to really stimulate those contractions to come on. Just remembering how much longer she still has to be in labour for.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Joseph and Judy are in damage control after a freak accident at home. Their 11-year-old daughter Rose has fallen on their puppy and appears to have broken his leg.
She was very upset, really teary and just basically devastated. And she kept on saying to me, it's an accident, it's an accident.
Oh, little man. Oh. Without even putting much pressure on that, I can feel some crunching there. So he's got a big fracture. I think that's broken in half. Adorable. Like a little lamb. He's so tiny.
Emergency vet Lisa Chimes will now take x-rays, but she's almost certain they'll confirm Pip has suffered a shocking fracture.
He's in a good place, sweetie. Do not worry.
Consumed with guilt, Judy's daughter Rose is calling to find out just how badly she's hurt her
I'll talk to you
puppy.
about it and I'll let you know exactly what they're going to be doing to him. You just say a prayer for Pip. He'll be fine.
Wow, that is a serious break.
Unfortunately, the x-ray results are going to make Rose feel even worse.
The two fragments of bone are just sitting at right angles to each other where they should be straight. So the only way that's going to get better is with surgery. Pip is a 13-week-old puppy. He's full of life normally, and this life has been snapped out of him with this break. It's just awful.
Jen, we got another one.
In Jules' maternity ward, it's been 3 hours since her first pup was born. At least 10 more are on the way.
This one's come a little bit breech, so it's come back legs first. There we go. Now, I'm not breathing yet. Come on. Oh, yeah. Another one, Jen. Oh, there you go. Just gurgling a little bit.
The puppies are now coming quickly, and Jewel is turning out to be a natural mother.
I'm not surprised at all. She's a good girl.
Oh, Dad. It's a girl.
It's a girl!
It's time for Token the Dad to have a closer look at his progeny.
Call it dog paternity test. Comes the sunrise, Jen.
Good morning.
There we go. Yeah, small little one. Come on.
But when the fourth puppy arrives, it is not responding.
Another one. You want to do that one there, Jen? Just break that membrane open. In a litter this big, it's rare to get them all out alive. And that's what you got to remember, but just got to give it every chance. No, I'm not getting anything here.
Chris is trying to save Jules' fourth puppy. It's a tough night for the first-time mum.
You know what, come on.
Despite mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, there is no sign of life.
Sorry, Mum. It's not looking good for this one. It's just a sad reality, unfortunately, Jen. When you have this many puppies inside the womb, one of them ultimately ends up in a bad place where they just can't really grow and get all the nutrients. I think this is the one that's been the case.
It's very good to have Chris here. I'm not sure how I would have coped with that one.
girl. We're so tiny. Baby.
At Sash, it's now time for surgery to try to save 13-week-old Pip's shattered leg.
And is asleep.
The toy poodle's femur was snapped in half after his 11-year-old owner Rose accidentally fell on him.
Pip's got quite a nasty fracture of his thigh bone, and it's just cracked straight in two. So we're going to put a plate and some screws in there to get it together and get it stable.
Surgery on the tiny puppy will need to be precise and quick.
With a little bloke like this, we don't want him on the table for too long, because even with all the heating that we provide, they can get really cold, and we can have all sorts of anaesthetic complications if they do that. So we've just got to be in and out. Pip's bones are just so small, they'd be 6 millimetres wide, and I'm trying to get a 2 millimetre screw into the bone. So there's not a lot of room for error. Because Pip's only 13 weeks old, he's still growing, and as a result I'm going to have to compromise a little bit on how many screws I can put in the bone, because if I put too many in, I'll go across one of his growth plates and that'll stunt his growth.
At the maternity ward, daylight has arrived. One puppy has not survived, and there are 7 more to be delivered. Everybody is exhausted. But there is no let-up for the first-time mum.
Oh, yeah, look, here you go. You are going to be trouble, aren't you? There we go. Okay. She wants it over, but it ain't over yet.
No, you do. You take it, Chris.
Jill's also increasingly happy just to hand the duties over to me. So, but if you're still here, you know the drill.
Look at little pandas.
It's now 7 hours into the ordeal, and Jules given birth to 10 puppies.
Jewel is totally floored by the whole experience and is just trying to summon enough energy to push out these last couple of puppies. But the worry I have is that the puppies still inside her have been there for a long time, and that uterus has been contracting for a long time. We need to get them out before they go through any more stress. So I'm going to give her some oxytocin, which causes more forceful contractions of the uterus and just helps her, because right now she's so weak, she's unable to really push them out. So this is number 11. Maybe the final one. Going on the sound of you, you must be a boy. Yes, you are.
After a marathon 8 hours, Jewel can finally relax. One puppy has died, but the proud mum has 10 healthy babies, 7 boys and 3 girls.
Hey, Jewel. You're all done. Okay? You've done your work. Well done, girl.
Which one are you taking?
Not that one, not that one. I'm taking this one. Straight to the surgery to be desexed.
Did you hear that?
There seems to be a valuable member of our birthing team missing in action. I think Dad, Token, clocked out about baby number 5 and hasn't been seen since. You rest well, did you? Good night's sleep? What about us? But it's too little too late, surely. All I wanted was one moment with all the puppies. No. After all we've been through. Pretty clear she's a very devoted mum with very little faith in the men in her life. I'm pretty sure I overheard Jen saying how all her hard work was done and now it was all up to Jewel to look after the puppies. Yeah, that's until she has to find homes for 10 puppies.
About that. You're going to go home soon. This is one day after surgery and he's walking. The leg is fixed.
Pip has made an amazing recovery after his leg was snapped in half. After just 24 hours, the toy poodle can now go home with his family.
Your family's excited to see you. Yes, they are.
It was 11-year-old Rose who fell on her puppy.
I love you.
After blaming herself, seeing Pip again is a huge relief.
We've got to be very gentle when you hold him.
Hi. Can you see?
Poor Rose missed Pip so much, and when I brought him into the room, the look on her face, just priceless. And I know she is just going to look after him from now on.
How are they going?
They're great.
When Jewel delivered puppy after puppy, I really had my concerns that she'd actually be able to feed all of them. But I turn up today, they're not just surviving, they're thriving, they're fat. She's done an amazing job.
4 weeks later, and the puppies will soon be ready to leave their mum. One of the new owners, Alan, just can't wait.
I think she's adorable. I don't know, when I first saw her, I knew that I had to have her.
When you consider the start of Jewel's adventure with this unplanned pregnancy was far from ideal, the ending now with all those puppies having fantastic homes like Ellen's, that's a nice outcome. Yeah, hi there. Just letting you know I've got a car on fire near the corner of Lawson Street and Ebley Street in Bondi Junction.
The Bondi Clinic is used to its share of drama. But today, the emergency is happening outside.
What happened?
Just tried to turn around and just grab a park and the thing caught on fire.
She just pulled up and all of a sudden the smoke was coming out.
All of a sudden, mate, yeah.
Not sure that one's going to be salvaged.
No, I think she's gone, yeah.
Intensive care, and I think we lost it.
A silly boy took the guinea pigs down to the trampoline, and I think he might have jumped on the guinea pig by accident.
No, I didn't.
Inside the clinic, a family feud has broken out between Hugo and his little brother, Alfred. Hugo's guinea pig, Sugar, is paralysed after Alfred jumped on her.
She just wasn't moving and her legs were just lying out on the floor. And they weren't working also.
That's extra sad because she's such a friendly girl.
So this happened all of a sudden?
Yeah, because of that troublemaker.
What? Alfred? Did you jump on top or next to?
Next.
The bones in these legs actually feel okay, which makes me think that the problem actually isn't in the legs, it's higher up along the spine here. If it is a spinal cord problem, then it is serious. And so we have to work really hard to give Sugar a chance of walking normally again. What I'd like to do is take a quick x-ray.
Yeah, she is in pain.
Any type of spinal injury is serious. The big question here is when that spine buckled, how much damage and how much bruising was done to those spinal nerves. If it's been a lot, then Sugar may never walk again.
We have a big bull mastiff and he bit Napoleon and just threw him to one side.
At Sash, 9-week-old Napoleon is in agony after suffering shocking facial injuries.
You could tell that he'd been hurt because he'd scream like a little girl, a very high-pitched squeal. It was horrifying.
At the front, his teeth look like they've all been separated. His jaw's coming forward and then he's got some teeth there and some teeth at the back.
Leslie and Lucy have owned their other dog Diesel for 6 years. Now they've been forced to make a heartbreaking decision.
I'm really worried that he might bite someone. So I've sent him to my sister, so she's going to look after him. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry, and I mean, there was probably only the other alternative, and I couldn't do that.
Oh, no. Did you get beaten up? Hey? Dear, what's he done? I know.
It's obvious that he's got a broken jaw. It's just a matter of exactly how it's broken, how many pieces it's in. I'm a little worried that it's going to be smashed, and I just don't know what we're going to do if there's no bone there for me to put pins into.
X-ray.
At the Bondi Clinic, Sugar's X-ray results are ready.
You look down the spinal column here, all the vertebrae are actually in place. It really reinforces my belief, my suspicion that there has been some sort of compression of the spinal cord around this area, which is then affecting the function of these legs here. It all depends right now how serious that compression was. Right now the damage has been done. We can't do anything about that. But what we can do is try to limit the swelling that will cause more and more damage and more pressure on those nerves.
It's just how.
The guinea pig will need a second injection within 48 hours, but there are no guarantees she'll ever walk again.
Alfred, this is really important, buddy. 2 hands along the side, like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And she goes in like that. We just can't afford for that spine of hers to bend around.
Yeah.
Chris is now letting Hugo take Sugar home to recuperate.
You call me anytime you need some help, okay? Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
No worries.
It's really good.
At the moment, I just don't know how this is all going to end up for Sugar. But for Hugo's sake, I really hope it's a happy ending because he loves this guinea pig. And if it doesn't work out, he's never going to forgive his little brother.
I'll definitely take care of Sugar, especially from him down there.
I've had a call to go and see a miniature pig who's apparently having a problem with, of all things, her nose ring. Now, I haven't really got my head around this whole pet pig craze just yet, but apparently she's cute, she's tame, so she could be the one to convert me. We'll see.
Lola! Come on, Lola!
Lola is a 2-year-old miniature pig and a spoilt pet.
He's a lovely piggy. You want to tickle Lola?
Well, I've always wanted a pig. Don't ask me why, but I just have an affinity for pigs, I think.
So indulged is Lola, this is how she celebrated her 2nd birthday. But it's not just cake that Lola loves to get stuck into. She's now broken her baby nose ring and is ripping up the lawn with her snout.
My husband hates this. If this goes on much longer, she's pork chops. I have had problems finding a solution locally. None of the vets would come out, but a friend suggested Dr. Chris, and he's been kind enough to say he'll come out. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Is that Lola?
That's Lola.
I was expecting a miniature pig.
She is a mini pig.
We got the pig right, but just the miniature part, not quite, but that's not a miniature hole.
No, she's causing big trouble around here.
A nose ring for a pig might seem like something that's almost cosmetic, but it's actually far from it. It's quite practical. What it does, it stops them from digging because it actually forces the pressure when their nose goes through the soil, through the middle part of their nose, which for them feels uncomfortable.
I can do the job for you. It just depends on what she's like as a patient.
I think she's a pretty cool pig. I think you've caught her on a good day.
Okay.
Just a little scuffle.
Oh, it's going to be easy.
Big brute of a mastiff.
9-week-old Napoleon has had his jaw smashed by the bull mastiff he lives with. Andrew Marchevsky is hoping reconstructive surgery will be able to repair the damage.
No, it's not that bad. It's a really nasty little fracture. In a way, he's lucky that's all that's happened, because if the dog had bitten him a little further back, he might have punctured his brain and that'd be the end of it. I'm going to try and put some pins in the front here, but that bone's it's pretty soft. I don't know how much holding power we'll get, but we'll see. Poor little bugger. The front part of his jaw has just been crushed. There's just not a lot for me to work with here, so it's a challenge. He's going to be on jelly and ice cream for a while. fracture's not stable yet. So we're just going to connect up these pins with this putty, and then it'll form one sort of solid frame. Once we've got the putty on the pins, that's the critical bit, because once that sets, we can't move it. So now the whole jaw is working as one, and there's no wobble in it anymore. There's a bit of swelling in here, partly as a result of the pins going in, and that's going to be a little bit of concern for us. So we'll have to watch him pretty carefully for the next couple of hours as he's waking up. Oh, little one.
Meanwhile, Chris is coming to grips with his piggy patient.
Lola!
Oh, got me too. She actually got me. She's quite a menace when you have the threat of the bite and the threat of the puncture of the steel rings at the front. You're almost the ultimate animal fighting weapon right now. The simple fact is we can't hold her to do this. We actually need to sedate her or even anaesthetise her. But just getting the drugs into her, that's going to be the biggest challenge. How are we going to get her to stand still long enough to get those needles in and not get bit in the process? No, didn't quite work out.
Girl, there's a good girl.
It's 2 needles now. Her skin's just too tough, so we need a change in strategy altogether. We've got to be more forceful. That's the sound of an angry pig.
She's flipped it out with a trail.
Smart.
All points so far to the cunning Lola.
It's a standoff, isn't it? Lola, just wanted to talk to you. It feels as though I've been a little bit unfair and treated you a little bit too forcefully.
Lola has been digging up the property she lives on with her broken nose ring, and Alison's husband has laid down the law. Either Chris helps stop the digging or Lola will be pork chops.
And I'm wondering how he's going to do it.
The answer is a new nose ring. But after several unsuccessful attempts to sedate the pig, Chris needs a new strategy.
So obviously the injections just aren't happening. She's running away. So what I'm going to do is put some tablets that contain the sedative in a piece of apple, and that way, since she loves her food so much, she'll take this, then she'll get sleepy. Then I have the advantage. It's a little bit of a peace offering. Okay? There you go. You all forgiven? Yeah? As long as we're okay. We okay?
Lola.
Slowly, Lola is succumbing to the sedative.
She's looking to be just about where we want her now. She's ready. She's nice and asleep there. I just want to give her a few pats. That's half of it. Right, there we go. This just goes in here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. The new look. As you can see, it's as simple as that, really. Pretty straightforward. Just matter of an injection and away you go.
Okay.
See you later. Huh?
It's been 3 hours since the delicate surgery on Napoleon's shattered jaw. Finally, the little pug has recovered enough to be allowed a visit from owners Leslie and Lucy.
It'll be a bit of a shock for you because he's got this sort of contraption on his face. Here you go. I know. Here you go. Say hello to your mum.
What have you got on your face?
Yes.
Just really sad to see all that around his face. It's just so little.
The operation has been a success, but Napoleon will have to be fed by syringe for at least the next 3 weeks.
So you just give him a slow little trickle, just like you would feeding a baby, really.
I really didn't expect him to survive. I really didn't. Now look at him, huh? Now look at him.
Isn't he just the cutest?
Give it a bit of a lick, yeah?
Here we go. You know, either they're doing some renovations or Alfred's a lot more dangerous than we thought.
It's been 48 hours since Sugar the guinea pig was brought into the Bondi clinic with paralysed legs.
Oh, wow.
This is the scene of the crime where naughty Alfred jumped on her.
Is that the trampoline, Alfie?
Yes.
Okay.
We were on it.
Yeah, I know you were. Hey, Shooks.
The very concerned Hugo has been giving Sugar constant care.
We'll get her out. And we'll see how she walks around here. And so we'll just squeeze the little toes here. Yep, so she flinches, that's good. We might just see how she walks on them, so we'll just move her forward here. And see she's still dragging them. The problem she's got there is that she's probably not too aware of where her feet are. It's like having dead legs in a way because the messages aren't getting through quick enough.
Okay.
So she can't put her feet in the right place. The plan for Sugar today is to give an injection of anti-inflammatories, with the hope being that might free up some space to get those messages down the spinal cord. Okay, little Shugs. If this doesn't change, there's not much of a future for Sugar. Look, you're doing a really good job, so we'll put her back in. It could be days, even weeks before I'm going to know if she's ever going to walk again.
Righto, Napoleon. Why are you having a sleep, mate? It's time to go home.
Just 3 days after surgery to fix his fractured jaw, Napoleon has made a remarkable recovery.
Here we go. Go home to your mum. It looks really confronting, but the fracture's now stable, it can't move anywhere, and he's much more comfortable. He's a much happier little guy. You've got a Chris Brown jaw now. Come on, we'll take you home.
Outside, a relieved Leslie and Lucy are arriving to pick up their baby pug. But despite the great result,
come on, little Luke. We'll find your mum.
There's a lingering sadness for Leslie. It was her other dog Diesel who attacked Napoleon, and she's been forced to find him a new home.
I've had Diesel for 7 years and I know I'm going to cry, and I've had to give him to my sister. When the little fella gets older, I'll probably try and get them to be friends again.
Who's that?
Hello.
Come to get you, little
You're coming home.
It will take at least 3 weeks before Napoleon can finally get rid of that annoying scaffolding.
Napoleon's really come out of this pretty well, considering, you know, if he'd have been bitten 2 centimetres further back in his head, he'd be dead.
There's also good news for Lola. The new nose ring is working, and she's stopped digging up the garden.
My husband has settled down and we're expecting Lola to live a long and happy life with us.
10 days later, and Chris makes another house call to check up on little Sugar.
It's my back just to look at him.
Alfred obviously hasn't settled down, but has the victim of his boisterous behaviour managed to bounce back?
So Hugo, mate, she's walking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's improved, huh?
Yes, a lot.
Look at Slacey.
Hey, look at this. Away she goes. And you know what?
Yeah.
She's happy to move around. Why? Because of food. I reckon the key to rehabilitation has been you, Hugo, and
food. This is an incredible recovery considering where she was at before. I mean, she had no movement in those back legs at all. To turn around and do this, I mean, a human spinal surgeon would marvel over this. So you have to be impressed with how Sugar's gone in difficult circumstances.
Sugar may be running around again, but Hugo still hasn't forgiven his little brother.
Hit him next time. If he does something to my guinea like that again.
Hugo deserves to be so happy with what he's managed to achieve with Sugar. But you get the feeling that he's going to be Sugar's protector for a long time. One day your parents are going to tell you about a thing called a 21st birthday, and that's when this is going to be really funny. Yeah? Yeah. And when they play the video, you'll understand. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you, no worries. On my way to see a dog that's apparently been driving along in the car with the window down, seen a cat and made a leap for it. Obviously he didn't get the cat, but landed pretty hard in the pavement, so I'm on my way there now. Hi.
I'm Ilona.
Hey, I'm Chris. How are you? Honey?
That's Honey.
As Chris arrives, 18-month-old Honey is crying out in severe pain.
So that's the screaming? Yeah.
She can't walk. We tried to bribe her with a treat.
Yep.
And it really hurt. So I think the pain is getting worse. I actually saw the cat and thought it may run across the road, so I slowed down. Must have been going at about 40.
Just want to give her a few little pats and tell her it's going to be okay?
It'll be okay, honey.
Ilana is blaming herself for Honey's accident.
It's okay.
Since they were only going on a short trip in the car, she didn't bother putting a harness on the spoodle.
Honey puppy, it's all right. It's okay. Good girl. It's okay.
I'm devastated. This is the joy of our lives, and the kids absolutely adore her.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
Gabriella's very worried that she could die.
It's okay, puppy.
He's crawled up behind the motor.
Meanwhile, at nearby Coogee, the police search and rescue squad has been called out to help a trapped cat.
My doorbell went about 1 o'clock this morning. I jumped out of bed and went to the front door and there were two policemen. And they said there was a little kitten under the bonnet of my car and was very, very distressed. I'm so grateful the neighbours did hear the little kitten because it, you know, if I'd come up in the morning and it was still there and I didn't know and I started the car, I mean, it would have hurt it. It could have even killed it, I imagine. It just would have been horrific if something had happened to it.
Come on. Can you grab him from there? Are you able to grab him?
But just when the rescuers finally get their hands on the feisty kitten, it takes off into the bushes.
Somewhere here, in the vicinity.
So with Aileen leading the search, the neighbours have all joined in.
Can you hear it?
Come on, little one. Come on. Come on. We're going to look after you. Come on, where are you? He's frightened with us trying to get him out. I'm worried he'll come out and he'll just run across the road again and there's so much traffic. He could get hit with a car.
Hey, puss. Gotcha. Hey, puss.
Hi, we're here to see Lisa. We've got a puppy that's not doing very well.
Over at the Bondi Referral Hospital Sash, a distressed mother and daughter have rushed in their 8-week-old puppy.
So at 3 o'clock, he wasn't doing well. He was just swaying and threw up and urinated at the same time and basically just collapsed.
Dougie is limp and unresponsive.
How many times has he vomited today?
3. He's going to be okay.
I don't know. We have to see, okay?
But you have to say that, right?
I can never give any guarantees, you know. He's a little puppy, he's only small.
Emergency vet Lisa Chimes is feeling the pressure. Natalie and Tess have just brought Dougie home and are already besotted.
Got him Thursday night and now it's Saturday. So pretty much 2 days, day and a half.
So,
He doesn't look very happy.
He doesn't. Let's see. 1.8. So his blood glucose is pretty low. I'm just going to put an IV catheter in him so that we can get some glucose into him, because if the glucose drops any lower, he's at risk of having a seizure. Puppies are so hard because their systems are so fragile, and a tiny change can cause a massive disturbance. Now, Natalie mentioned to me that she did feed Dougie some raw food yesterday. This dietary change could have been enough to cause these signs.
He's just supposed to be ours. He looked at me, I looked at him. It was just meant to be. And if he doesn't, he's going to come home with us. There's no way we're leaving here without him.
Honey. Okay.
When she's feeling the pain, it's when I'm actually running my fingers along her femur, along her main leg bone there.
Honey has jumped out of a moving car in pursuit of a cat. Now Chris is trying to determine the extent of the damage.
I know.
For Gabriella, seeing her 18-month-old puppy in pain is heartbreaking.
She said to me, Dad, why aren't you crying? That's my best friend.
She's been through a lot tonight already, and what I'm going to do in a second is give her an injection to make her feel a little bit less pain. I think everyone remembers their first pet. They mean absolutely everything to them. So to see them in pain, it's incredibly hard to watch.
Chris now needs to take Honey to the clinic for x-rays.
So who's going to sit up in the back here with her?
Will the two of you go with?
And the whole family is coming. This time, Honey is properly harnessed.
So you're right there, guys? Yeah. To walk into a situation like that and see Gabby so upset, you want to tell her everything's okay? Everything's going to be fine. There's nothing wrong with her. But I can't say that just now. I don't know.
All right, little man.
Bouncing little bundle of joy.
8-week-old Dougie is weak and listless.
I think we've got a combination of dehydration and low blood sugar here. Just going to give him some glucose straight into his vein, because Dougie's glucose is very low and that can be life-threatening. It can affect his brain, it can cause him to seizure. Worst case scenario, he can die from it, so it's really important I just give it to him straight away.
Owner Natalie's not coping with the thought there's something seriously wrong with her new puppy.
He's part of our family. He's my child.
It's Mummy, huh? See, we ain't even got a tail wag there. He's gonna stay the night on a drip. He might need to stay in a little bit longer. It's a bit unpredictable with the little puppies because their systems are so fragile.
See you in the morning light.
I've seen many owners in love with their puppies, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite as mad about her baby as Natalie. After just 2 days.
Mummy's not leaving you. They're making you do this.
Oh my goodness, I thought Natalie was going to crawl into the cage and spend the night here. I'm really just hoping that Dougie has the strength to pull through this.
Chris has arrived at the Bondi Clinic with the badly shaken Honey.
If Team Honey wants to come in here...
The Spoodle's whole family have made the trip to support her. 11-year-old Gabriella is hardest hit by Honey's accident.
Every night she comes and sits on my bed and lies on the end of the bed.
And what happens if you sleep at a friend?
She cries.
You look at Alana and she is really beating herself up over what's happened tonight.
It's all because I was careless.
The reality is people do it all the time. They just think, oh, I'm just popping up the road. I don't need to worry about my seatbelt. Don't need to worry about the seatbelt on the dog. It's fine. It just takes one little moment, one little slip, one cat, and all of a sudden you're in trouble. I think a stuntman would think twice about jumping out of a moving car. But this isn't a stuntman, this is a spoodle. So it's amazing she's actually lived to tell a tale.
Well, you wore your cheek tonight, it's pretty brave, isn't it? How many dogs would leap out of a car window like you did?
18-month-old Honey is in serious pain after her death-defying leap from a car to chase a cat. The Spoodle's anxious family is waiting for the X-ray results.
She hears a cat.
While Honey is unable to move on the X-ray table, out the back of the clinic, her arch-enemies are still tormenting her.
I'm here trying to decide whether Honey has a serious fracture and she's thinking about felines. She hears one from out the back and all of a sudden, forget about the leg. If there's a cat there, I'll go it. I'm still good. I've got 3 good legs. I'll go. Just give me a chance. Fractures or felines? Which one is it? Jeez. Didn't expect that. Look, when you jump out of a car window at 40 k's an hour, you're going to expect some sort of injury there. What I can see on the X-ray, though, suggests that she doesn't actually have too much.
A resilient dog. Should we give her a family hug? There's no fracture, thank God, but it is badly bruised. And I think it's a lesson to everybody. Even if it's late-ish and the roads are quiet, and even if you're going slowly, strap that dog in. Yes, rather safe than sorry.
So I'm sorry, Honey. This is the last thing I'll do to you.
After an anti-inflammatory shot, Honey is ready to go home.
There's some tablets as well, so one of those twice a day.
And the family can finally tell Chris about Mario, the reason Honey hates all cats.
He's the black cat from next door who spends his day on the wooden fence antagonising Honey. And this is the result.
It suddenly makes sense. It's Mario's fault. Mario's been winding Honey up for the last 18 months. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
We're a very lucky family and she's an exceptionally lucky dog.
So, Mario, if you're watching, check that fence. Check it twice. To get the impression someone's coming to get you. Don't forget the seatbelt.
Just going to check his blood glucose again after he's had his injection.
At Sash, 8-week-old Dougie is deteriorating rapidly.
Oh dear, give you some more glucose.
The puppy's glucose levels are dangerously low, putting him at risk of seizure. More blood tests are being run, but Dougie is a long way from going home.
No, we don't have any results yet, Natalie.
Now Lisa has to break that news to Natalie.
Poor Natalie has just got home and she is already on the phone to us. And I have a feeling that this is definitely not the last phone call we're going to get. Yes, as soon as we know anything, we'll give you a call. You just need to get some sleep. We're looking after him. No results yet. Okay, bye. Poor Natalie. I actually feel a little sorry for her.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is back at work after his overnight emergency.
You looked after him so well last night.
Outside, Good Samaritan Aileen is on her way to see him with grandsons Declan and Logan and a furry fugitive.
Explain to me how you have...
How we have this dear little kitten. Well, it was early hours of Sunday morning. 2 policemen rang my doorbell to say he was under the bonnet of my car. But he escaped. Crossed Carrington Road, which is a very busy road, so he's used up one of his lives, I feel. And he hid in the garden all night. So eventually enticed him out about 12 midday.
It's a big weekend for a little guy.
Very big weekend, yeah. And the boys happened to be staying overnight, so they were there to help Grandma look after him, weren't you?
Have you noticed he keeps on turning around and licking? So I'm just wondering if he might have some fleas. He does. You see it? What do you reckon this gets rid of? The thing... Gas. If only it was that simple.
With the fleas treated, Chris then worms and vaccinates the runaway.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was
Didn't even
like
notice
your
it.
lad, wasn't it?
The most important thing before anyone gets too attached, which might be a little bit too late, we should probably check it for a microchip. Did you hear a beep? What do you reckon that means?
We can keep it.
Chris now needs to notify the council and local animal shelter. It'll be a week before Aileen can take the kitten home.
So are you okay to wait a few days before you take him home?
For 5-year-old Logan, a week is a very long time.
He'll be all right, Logan, with Dr. Chris is going to look after him. I think it would be heartbreaking to not keep him now. And I have been thinking about getting another cat, so yes, maybe it was fate.
I almost hope no one comes to collect him. Because you look at Logan and Declan, they've already become so attached. They'll be devastated if they have to give up their new little buddy. Hello. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
She chases balls as well as cats?
Absolutely.
She looks great.
Honey, the cat-hating spoodle, is showing no battle scars after jumping from a moving car.
It's fantastic to see Honey looking so well, but while I'm here, I just have to see the object of her obsession, Mario.
Honey, leave Mario alone.
Finally, the much-maligned Mario makes an appearance.
Listen, Honey, the way Honey reacts and the way Mario's talked about, I expected more.
Much bigger.
This, what I got was this.
Oh, but it's... Mario's a lot more powerful than this.
It's all in here, isn't it?
It's clear the war between Honey and Mario is not going to end anytime soon.
Now that I've seen Mario, he's old, he's small, he's shy, he runs away. The only conclusion you can draw is that Honey probably needs to chill out. In this relationship, Honey needs to be sweeter.
Meanwhile, glucose and a night in hospital have worked wonders for little Dougie.
He's been eating well, he's full of energy, he's had no vomiting, and Natalie is just beside herself. She just can't wait to smother him with cuddles.
Natalie, Tess and Dougie's canine friend Penny are impatiently waiting to be reunited with the puppy.
Who's around the corner? Who's there? Thank you. Oh, buddy. He'll probably sleep a lot tonight.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll just sit around and watch him sleep.
He's a gorgeous little thing. Hey, hopefully we won't have to see you back here, mister, and you're going to grow nice and big and strong. Natalie and Tess love Dougie so much. It's almost like when I brought him out there, they were just in this Dougie trance. They had no idea of what was going on around them.
Oh, it's just heaven. It's just wonderful. Home just wasn't the same without him.
Mate, how did you get across here? Look at it. Madness.
1 week later, and nobody's claimed the runaway kitten.
It's the last time you ever crossed this road.
So Chris is delivering a very special parcel to some very happy boys.
Hey. Chris, Declan, look who's here. Look who's here. Isn't he beautiful? Do you want to hold him, Logan? Remember how to hold him?
You're good.
Oh, very good. You're a dear little fellow, aren't you? I'm very happy to have him. Very happy to have him. It's just nice to have that other little heartbeat in the house. And the boys will love coming over to see him.
I'll leave you with the task of taming.
Yes, yes. All right, I'll do my best. Thank you for bringing him to us.
How you going, Dad?
Oh, fine, thanks. Are you close to home?
Yeah, I'm pretty close now.
With a weekend off vet duties, Chris is heading to Newcastle to visit his mum and dad.
Well, is there any chance that you could make a detour?
Why?
Well, listen, Tom from Wise has contacted me and he needs someone to help him out with a snake that's in a chook shed.
It doesn't sound like much of an emergency, though, a snake in a chook shed.
Well, he reckons you might find it interesting when you get there.
Yeah, well, okay.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Bye. Unbelievable. What? I get home so rarely, and then the first opportunity I have to do it in so long, and Dad sends me in the opposite direction. Dad hates snakes, so this all makes perfect sense. How convenient.
It's another 2 hours before Chris finally reaches the farm.
Hello, hey Tom.
It's really good to see you again, Chris.
I was expecting some sort of drama. What's going on?
There's Michaela, this is Bob, they're the owners here.
G'day, mate. Good to see you.
They had an unexpected visitor in the hen house today and we've got something up there we'd like you to have a look at.
Good boy, aren't you? What is that? My first reaction when I see the python is he's a big boy, but then straight away you're drawn to this lump. It's huge and it's hard. But what the hell is it?
Back at the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, 5-year-old Max is finding it almost impossible to breathe.
Max, like most pugs, struggles with his breathing. He starts to actually wheeze now, or he gets raspy. I get really upset. I find it quite stressful. I mean, I'm worried he'll have a heart attack. I love him so much. He's just adorable.
Who's this, Max?
That's Max.
Hey, Max. I could hear you a mile away, mate. Hey, Max. How you doing? He's got what we call an elongated soft palate, this little dingly-dangly thing up the back of your throat. And it's too long, so every time he breathes in, it gets sucked into his voice box and not enough air gets through, so he makes a sort of sound. If we don't do something now, he will get laryngeal collapse or voice box collapse. And get to that point, there's not much we can do.
An operation is the pug's only chance of leading a happy, normal life.
Worst case scenario, I've seen dogs like this where we've ended up having to put permanent tracheostomies in them. Now, this is very much worst case scenario, and I guess I don't mean to scare you.
The tracheotomy, that's no life for a dog. I really hope that we don't have to go down that path. That would be horrible.
I know. It's not quite as nice as home, is it? Hey?
I'm trying to stay positive, but in the back of my mind, I'm worried about, I don't know, never seeing him again. That's also a possibility. Oh, Max. You'll be a good boy.
What is that?
Back up on the New South Wales coast, Chris's relaxing weekend has been put on hold by a python who's eaten something it shouldn't have.
I think it's a marble egg.
A marble egg?
Yeah.
What, they're laying marble eggs in here now?
Yeah, right. Now, we put them in there to encourage the chickens to use particular boxes because they all crowd into one box. So we put in a fake egg. and I think he's eaten it.
You're kidding me. Python was just doing what pythons do. They go looking for meals. So he's come on in here, looked for a few eggs, then found the mother lode. You want this back?
I'd like it back if I could, please.
Michaela's sister gave her the egg as a gift.
It's about the size of a duck egg. I think it's about that big.
Been trying to think of a name for him, and the one that really makes sense to me, Rocky. It's just because he's obviously got a fight in his hands. That's the only reason. There's a lot of joking around, but medically, this is quite serious. I would have hoped that this python may have even had a chance at regurgitating this egg back up, but now looking at where it's lodged, it's just too far down. Even with all the great forceful digestion these guys have, all the enzymes, you can't break down marble. My feeling is it's going to be really hard to avoid surgery here because that egg can't get out any other way. And if it was to stay there, it's going to block up his digestion, it's going to cause a lot of pain, and it will eventually kill him.
Max is about to have surgery on his soft palate. Hopefully it will allow the pug to breathe normally once again.
If he doesn't get this surgery, he'll just basically have to sit in an air-conditioned room for a while and get taken out for little walks in the cool of the morning at night time, and then the rest of the time he just leads a sedate life. It's not much of a life for any dog, but pugs are, pretty vivacious.
If the operation fails, the pug will need a permanent tracheostomy, a hole in his throat to stay alive.
So this is his soft palate, all here. It just, when he breathes, it just gets sucked down into this airway here. So we're going to do a procedure which we call a snoroplasty, and that'll stop all that vibration when he's trying to breathe and run around.
Andrew Marchevsky is now using electrosurgery to tighten the lining of the soft palate. Often used in human operations, the electric current minimises bleeding.
And it's a crowded little area. He hasn't got a big mouth. Right. So that's just the tip of his soft palate.
But Max's surgery is not over yet.
Max is going to get a bit of a nose job. It's not going to make him any prettier, but it's just going to make him a bit more functional. So we're just going to take a little wedge of tissue out of his cartilage in the nose, and having taken that out, then suture it. The surgery side of things is sort of the easiest part. The recovery is when I'm most tense.
Andrew will soon know whether Max needs to have his windpipe cut open and a permanent tube inserted.
You need to open your mouth as well, mate. You can't rely on just your nose.
He's trying.
Finally, the patient takes a much anticipated breath.
There you go, there's a better breath.
Oi, that's the way.
Max was a little dog that was going to start having a lot of problems doing anything apart from sitting around getting fatter. Whereas now he'll be able to run around, exercise, just do normal things. I think his quality of life will be fantastic after this. Poke your tongue out at me.
Chris is a long way from Bondi Beach. He was meant to be catching up with his parents in Newcastle. Instead, he's now on a mercy dash into Coffs Harbour with a sick snake that's managed to swallow a large marble egg.
Drove gently.
Tom from the rescue group Wires has arranged for Rocky the Python to be x-rayed at a local vet hospital.
He's in pretty good condition, really, isn't he? Yeah.
He's so
healthy.
shiny.
Yeah. Very healthy.
You can actually see the outline of it there.
So you can see the other eggs that it's eaten.
Yeah. Wow, there's no doubt what was going on.
So, 2 small eggs and 1 large.
It's a lot bigger than I actually thought it would be. And it's probably pressing on his skin and the wall of his intestine and stomach probably a bit more than I'd hoped it would have been. So this is now probably a bit bigger deal than we thought.
Rocky needs to go under the knife immediately.
The one main weakness of reptiles is stress. They don't really handle it too well, and can mean you can actually lose them under anaesthetic or after the operation.
The problem is getting them asleep. Once they're asleep, hopefully it will all go okay, but then you've got to wake them up at the end as well. The quicker the surgeon is, the safer it is for the animal.
It was a surprise when we saw it. It looks like she's sort of seen a ghost or something. It looks really terrible.
2-year-old Ali has been brought into SASH with a frightening case of bulging eyes.
I don't like the thought of any, problems with blindness. We wanted to get it fixed up straight away.
I must say I've never seen anything quite like this. Wow, that's unbelievable. When did this all come about?
Probably a week ago.
Okay, and what happened?
She just started to get a little bit of white mark in the corner of one eye.
Oh, she's looking at me so startled.
I know, it's a bit of a shock, isn't it?
I've seen animals that have inflammation in other parts of their muscles, but I've never seen it affecting the muscles around the eyes. I know if it was one eye affected, then I wouldn't be as shocked, but the fact that both eyes are like that, I mean, she looks like a Google-eyed fish.
She does, yeah, she does.
She doesn't seem to be in any pain. She seems like she can see. I really need to get an ophthalmologist to have a look at this one.
Off you go. You're all right, Elle.
Come on, sweetie. Look, I see another doctor.
Snakes have a habit of twisting under anaesthetic. The way you prevent the twisting is tape them to a board.
At Coffs Harbour, Chris is about to start surgery on Rocky.
The big test will be whether he'll feel the incision.
The python swallowed a marble egg, which, if not removed, will shut down his system and kill him.
The tricky thing is, it's going to be a decent sized incision to remove something that is so huge. Here we go. Blood vessel sitting exactly where I don't want it to be, just right where the incision is, so just having to do a little bit of a sidestep around that. Just very conscious of the fact that blood loss is a big issue with snakes and surgeries, and with Rocky already being under stress here, we've got to be especially careful with that, so it's all about keeping bleeding to an absolute minimum.
This dog's eyes.
Oh my God, you poor sweetheart. Hello, darling. Do you know what it is?
No, I'm going to go try find Kelly and see if she can tell me. I've never seen anything quite like it. What do you think of the eyes?
It's a bit scary,
Amazing, it is.
At SASH, Ali's bulging eyes are the talk of the hospital.
It's fantastic.
This is actually a really interesting medical case. I've never seen anything quite like this.
Miss Ellie, do you think we could take a look at these eyes of yours, huh?
Fortunately for the Labrador, eye specialist Callie Caruso isn't as shocked as the rest of the staff.
She's got a nice response to the light. Well, I think the key with her is her age and her breed. And this is the immune system attacking the muscles that surround the eye, inflaming them and making the eyes bulge forward. An extraocular polymyositis. What these dogs typically present is non-painful, visual. They look really kind of creepy, but we usually can fix them, and we can put her on some oral steroids and a little lubricant in these eyes, and I bet she's a new dog.
These little blue tablets are going to make her look a lot better within about 72 hours.
Oh, great.
Which is a pretty quick turnaround.
It is.
She says, I will be beautiful in a few days, Mum. I promise I'll have my beauty back.
You're beautiful anyhow, aren't you?
I will never forget that look of surprise on Ellie's face when she walked in the door with her eyes bulging out of her head.
See you later. I'm just glad to find that they can treat it. So that was a good thing. A really big load off our mind. She'll probably get a big cuddle, big hug, maybe a treat.
I can feel it on my scalpel blade. I've hit something that isn't snake, it's stone.
Chris has finally seen the marble egg that's landed Rocky in so much trouble.
As any good chicken knows, it's hard to pass an egg, so this is going to be a little bit tricky to get this out. There we go. One marble egg with African pattern with a beautiful zebra featured on the front of it. The thing that really surprised you is just how heavy it is. It's really solid and really heavy. And potentially for Rocky, this is actually the most dangerous part, because if he was to actually have some sort of leakage from this wound here, then that's going to cause a serious infection, and it'd be enough to kill him for sure. So this is the last stitch here. The hardest thing right now is just the waiting. We've got through the surgery, everything's been done, and now we just want Rocky to spring back to life, and that'll make me feel better, but now it's just nothing going on.
Just give me something. All right?
Chris has removed a large marble egg from Rocky's stomach. It's now 3 hours since the surgery finished, and the python still hasn't woken up.
He's cold, so his whole metabolism slowed right down. If we can speed up his metabolism, he's going to wake up a bit faster.
And then the sign everyone has been hoping for.
There we go. He's just starting to curl up his tail here now, so it's our first signs of real life here.
Look at that. Oh, Rick.
Hey, buddy. You're waking up. Everyone's happy. Tom.
Hi, Chris. How's our patient?
One slightly slimmer snake. Oh, look at this. He's still a little bit groggy. He looks great. And one slightly used decorative marble egg.
That's remarkable.
Is that something? The fight's not over for Rocky because he has to get through the anaesthetic, recover from that tonight, and then tomorrow really focus on healing internally.
Thank you very much.
That's all right, mate. But tonight really decides whether he has a great future or not. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. No worries.
Okay, cheers.
Come on, Max, you can get you home. All right, I know. It's very exciting. It's very exciting, isn't it?
Max came into SASH gasping for breath. Now, after surgery, Andrew has restored his quality of life.
Can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to see him.
But it will be several weeks before the swelling in his throat goes down, and Max can once again play with his 2-year-old buddy, Gaia.
Look, is that for Max?
Yeah, that's for Max.
That's for Max. Look at that, Max. You got a friend.
That's your little twin.
She is going to have to keep him quiet, and I think it's going to be a little nerve-wracking for her because she's protecting the surgery now.
Calm down. You're so excited.
He's so excited. Every time he makes a noise, she's going to be, is that right? So I expect she'll be on the phone to me in a little while, and that's fine. Bye.
It's a fantastic result. We're just really happy to have him home, the new and improved Maxie.
Tom?
G'day, Chris, in here. How you going?
Hey, mate, how you going?
Good, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm nervous, mate, okay? That's how I am.
I understand.
It's been less than 24 hours since Chris removed this marble egg from Rocky. Without emergency surgery, the python would have died.
Look, mate, I'm really happy with how that looks.
It's nice and clean.
He's been fantastic. He's had more sleep than I've had, and I'm tired now.
Oh, he's going back to the favourite position, the blue hand position, he calls it. Just trying to finish me off once and for all.
Chris's rescue mission in Coffs Harbour is almost complete. There's just one last matter to attend to.
Oh my God.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
It looks a bit different.
What did it look like before?
I think it was orange.
It was orange before.
It's not pink.
Jeez, what?
It is quite different,
Is that a
actually.
stomach acid?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I was really happy to have this back, but more importantly, I'm happy that Rocky has actually survived this.
As much as it pains me to say it, Dad was right. I don't think I'll ever see a snake with that sort of problem ever again. But I don't think I'll see this weekend again either. It's gone. So I'm back to Bondi. How you going?
Hello.
Can we come straight through?
Yes, please, thank you.
Sarah and her daughter Poppy have rushed 7-year-old Hooligan in to see Chris after playtime turned to disaster.
It sounds really silly. We were playing a game of chase and we came round a corner together and we collided.
Okay.
She's immediately started crying and screaming and, it was awful.
You can see she really doesn't like that.
Yeah.
It's my hand, it's all right.
We were having such fun.
Yeah.
It's one of her favourite games. It's all right, it's all right.
So what I'll do, I'll give her some pain relief, just so she's more relaxed and more comfortable.
Yeah.
And then I'll take an X-ray. It's almost like the family's never seen Huli like this. Normally she is so full of energy and so full of life that to see her so withdrawn and in pain, it's really surprising them. And for them, they're finding it quite confronting. You got a surprise, didn't you? You thought play could be so painful.
Probably the worst case scenario is if it's broken. Hopefully just a dislocation and Chris will be able to just sort of, pop it back in.
Nearby, emergency vet Lisa Chimes is also worried about her puppy.
Today is Lucas's big day. My little boy is getting castrated. And for most dogs, this is a fairly routine procedure. But for Lucas, he's got a rare condition called cryptorchidism, which basically means that his testes are missing. They haven't dropped down. Now, if we don't go in there and find them, he's got a 10 times greater chance of developing cancer, and that's pretty scary. It's quite pathetic because I lose all sense of being a vet. I become a neurotic mother and I've been worrying all night about him having the surgery today.
Look! Wanna go walkies?
For them to be in pain or go through any risky procedures just freaks me out.
Come on.
Got a feel for her. I mean, as a game, it seems so harmless and it sounds like they did it all the time, but it's not really what you expect when you come running around a corner to run into your owner.
Little Hooligan is in agony after a family game of chasey ended in tears.
X-ray.
Big fracture right across the middle there. That would be incredibly sore. That's not just one fracture, that's two. It's almost amazing she didn't hear a crack because that's what would have happened with these two. It would have been an absolute snap. So she actually does have a fracture here. So right through her radius and her ulna. What's hard about these types of fractures is they're not simple to fix. We're talking about serious orthopaedic surgery.
Oh dear.
It's all right.
Hooligan now needs to be transferred to SASH for a major operation.
Tomorrow really is the start of a very long battle for her because this isn't an easy operation. It's not something she's going to get over quickly. I'm going to make this a bit tighter. She's going to have to bring every little bit of courage that she's got to that surgery tomorrow, and really we just hope that she can pull through.
I'm a mess.
Is he being braver than you are?
I'm pathetic.
Lisa's puppy Lucas is about to undergo surgery to try to fix his rare condition, cryptorchidism, more simply known as missing testicles.
Oh, be brave.
Good boy, good boy. Surgeon Andrew Marchevsky has the unenviable job of operating on his colleague's beloved dog.
He's got nothing.
There's nothing.
No. The problem is when they're, as you know, when they don't come down, they stay really small.
Yeah.
And they're really hard to find.
Yeah.
And his were never going to be big in the first place.
Lisa does have another concern. It's just a little bit embarrassing.
I have this worry that maybe he could be a pseudo-hermaphrodite. Now,
Hermaphrodites have the reproductive organs of both males and females.
I'll tell you the reasoning for this.
Right.
Male dogs in the park have been having relations with him. Could it be possible that he's releasing some female hormones?
Well, I guess it's possible.
So maybe when you're in there, if you want to just have a look for some ovarian-looking tissues.
You're right. Maybe he's been enjoying the attention.
Oh, Lucas, you're just a special little boy.
I have to castrate and love him. Don't hurt him. I'll do my very best.
We're all right. We're not going to cry.
Lisa's puppy Lucas is on the operating table and surgeon Andrew Marchevsky is feeling the pressure.
Well, it's a lot more risky than if it was just a straightforward castration because we might have to open him right up.
Lucas has a rare disease called cryptorchidism, which means both his testicles are missing.
I think I've just caught sight of it here somewhere.
If they're not found and removed, it greatly increases the risk of cancer.
I've got the first one, so that's a good start. We'll just get it tied off. Got to be a little careful because there's a couple of little vessels around here that if you nick them, they can bleed quite a lot, and I don't think that'd please Mrs. High Maintenance out there. I can't find the second one. It's hiding from me. So it's making my life a little bit more difficult. I'm going to have a late lunch. I found it.
Is it there?
It's there. It's sitting just near the bladder. So it sort of got 3/4 of the way that it should have got and stopped. Ran out of puff. Good news for Dr. Chimes. I can confirm there are no girly bits, so Lucas is definitely a boy. It's a boy.
It's a boy!
It's a boy.
He's a boy now.
So Lucas is not an hermaphrodite. That's the good news. The bad news? He's not allowed home tonight.
Oh, yeah, right.
He's staying overnight.
No, I'll be taking that
He's
drink
staying
pump
overnight.
home. That pump will come home.
Staying overnight.
Can I see him?
Yeah, you can see him.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, little Lukey. Oh, baby boy. I feel like I'm an owner. It's really bizarre being the one getting all emotional, saying goodnight. Complete role reversal for me. He's a sleepy boy. I've been putting this off for so long and I'm just so happy that it's over and I can now look forward and he can recover and it's all in the past.
Got a present for you.
They're quite big. They're not bad. Lucas. Excellent. I can prove to everyone that he is a boy.
It's a big day for her, so it's probably reasonable that she's a little bit anxious.
Hooligan has spent the night at the Bondi Clinic after a collision with her owner caused multiple leg fractures.
Oh, Angel, that's a wagging tail.
Owner Sarah and her daughter Poppy are now taking Hooligan to Sash for major orthopaedic surgery.
Let's go.
She's a lovely dog, she's a very sweet dog, she's a very stoic dog as well, and she's going to need all that courage to get through today.
Thank you so much.
All the
Thanks,
best.
Chris.
No problem
Okay,
at all.
bye.
Take care. See you, Willie.
Inside the clinic, bird lovers Neil and Bloss are waiting for Chris with their badly injured 3-week-old cockatiel, Sydney.
What's happened this time?
You remembered us.
Of course I remember. Go on through. So who's this?
Sydney. He was born on Australia Day.
Okay.
And his mother and father and brothers and sisters all tried to keep him warm in a little nest box and hence the splayed legs.
Heard of close families, but that's a little bit ridiculous. When the whole family's come in and slept on top of Sydney, what that does is it forces Sydney's legs back behind him, squashes them down. I'm worried they're actually broken, or he's got some serious nerve damage there. At this age, they're incredibly fragile, and he could very easily have serious problems that just can't be fixed.
All right.
At SASH, Sarah and Poppy are waiting for Andrew to view Hooligan's x-rays.
Ooh, that'd hurt a bit. The reason she's so sore is because the bone ends are still really close to each other and it's just grinding away, and that just hurts like hell.
I was awake a lot of the night worrying about my little one, reliving it all and, you know, just worrying, as you do.
I think what we need to do is put a plate on the bone, get the alignment perfect, and then it'll take probably the next 10 to 12 weeks to heal.
Okay.
Hooligan has never spent a night away from his family, and it's a tough goodbye for everyone.
Absolutely awful. Horrible. Hopefully it's just a clean break and it'll all be good and there's no nerve damage, and so hopefully it'll all be fine.
What I want to do is just first of all feel for his hips, make sure they're actually in joint.
3-week-old cockatiel Sydney is in a bad way after his mum and dad and siblings all slept on him and crushed his legs.
So what we need to do is actually make sure that there aren't any fractures there. Femur feels okay, and these legs feel all right. The great news is Sydney doesn't have any fractures or dislocations there, but what has happened is those legs have been hyperextended back and locked into position, and now they're stuck there. If he's actually had nerve damage to the point where the nerves can no longer do that, then it's going to be really hard for him to actually live a normal life. Thought about it? There we go. You see that?
So what do you do, stick your tape into the perch?
No.
I was joking.
I'm not.
Oh.
Good, chest on.
It's actually exactly what we do.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It seems a bit drastic, but often the drastic works. He looks like a bit of a ski jumper at the moment, but so you just give him very light support there.
Yes.
See how he pushes himself forward? He lunges forward like that. That's building up those muscles. Pressure there. Where did I learn about this? Made it up. So it becomes like gymnastics for him.
And the winner is Sydney.
But to make a full recovery, Sydney will also need an intensive physio program.
Bit of parrot Pilates. Push back on the knee and bring the ankle forward.
I don't think he's in pain while you're doing that.
No, he's all right. He'd be feeling the burn. Yeah, be feeling the stretch. So push back on the knee and bring the ankle forward. So it's a lot of work for a little guy, but it's a lot of work that'll have big rewards if you can actually stick with it. Not all birds in this situation actually do make a recovery. It's about 50-50. I've got absolutely no doubt that Neil and Bloss will carry out these instructions to the letter. My biggest concern is whether little Sydney's body's up to it.
I love all my birds. I will give him Pilates. My animals come first before me, always.
All right, darling, you ready? You be brave.
Andrew is about to start surgery on Hooligan's multiple leg fractures. The much-loved family pet was injured after a game of chasey went horribly wrong.
It's literally snapped in two, and the bone ends are totally separated.
Andrew will now insert a permanent plate to rejoin the bones.
And so the plate will be there like an internal splint. The most important screws are the first 2 or 3. If the first couple of screws aren't quite right, then there's a domino effect and then they get sort of worse and worse as you go. Right, there we go. Let's give it a bit of a flush and close it up. And that looks pretty good. I'm really happy that it just couldn't look any better. She's going to think it was never broken, but if she suddenly takes off and chases after something, she could pull those screws out, bend the plate, do horrible things. So she's going to be confined to leashed walks and no chases for the next 2 or 3 months.
It's all right.
As soon as Hooligan wakes up,
she's very brave.
Very brave.
Sarah and daughters Poppy and Charlotte are allowed in to see the patient.
Quite amazing. She was really quite stirred up when they're not here, but as soon as they get here, she just becomes this totally contented little critter.
It's just good it's all over and it went well, and it was so nice to see her again.
We could see as soon as they put her back in the cage and started walking away, she started crying and getting upset again. She's very bonded to the family, it's obvious. So there's a lot of loving there.
Should be right.
Hooligan! Hooligan! Are you feeling better? Yeah?
It's just one day after Hooligan's major operation to fix 2 fractures in his leg. He desperately wants to go home, but first he has to pass Andrew's test.
You feeling better? Come on, we'll see what you can do. Right, come here. Come on, Hooligan, there you go. It's sort of a case of what broken leg, isn't it? She's walking around like there's no problem at all. They don't improve any quicker than she has.
It's an A+ for Hooligan, and his elated family can't believe their luck.
Hello, little one. Look at you. Didn't even bring a lead because we just didn't imagine that she'd be walking like that.
She's doing obviously great.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to be... She thinks she's fixed. She's
Yeah.
not fixed. I mean, it is great, but it sort of does create other problems in
Yeah.
the sense that she's just going to have nothing to tell her to slow down except you guys. So.
Okay, we'll do that. Yes, we will. That was amazing to see her walking out. That was fantastic.
Where's that dog on television?
Lucas has recovered quickly from his delicate operation and is back home with Lisa and Nelson watching his favourite TV show.
These boys are my life. They're my children. I would do anything for them.
G'day, good to see you.
Boss,
How are you?
Good. Now, where is he?
Wrong cage, right behind you. Pick the bird.
Oh, man.
Look at that. I know.
This is Sid, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it.
This is how Sydney looked only 3 weeks ago.
I'd be happy if we got Sydney to just be able to stand up. But he's perching on my finger there, and he's holding on tight.
You didn't think you'd get that good?
No.
To everyone's surprise, the bizarre bird therapy has worked.
You had to be fair dinkum. I mean, he's had more attention than the South Sydney Rugby League side, for God's sake.
I knew it was just time, patience and love would fix it. And it did.
That's it. We take the pencil global. Want some of the action? Huh? About the Sydney Brown pencil. Get the copyright done today. You and me. Make millions.
9-month-old Betty is a failed race dog who's been dumped with Greyhound Rescue.
They thought she was dead, first of all, because she was laying so still and wouldn't move at all. So, why? We don't know.
Peter was called in to save the puppy after she suddenly collapsed.
How are you? I'm Chris.
Peter.
Hey, Peter. This is Betty, is it?
Hey, Betty.
Now the neglected Betty needs urgent medical attention and a new home.
She's quite unsteady there, isn't she?
People see them with the muzzle and they think they're dangerous dogs, whereas in fact they're the exact opposite. They're very friendly, very gentle and affectionate. 40 mile per hour couch potatoes, that's what they are.
Okay, her heart rate's a little bit high. With the amount of fleas that she has, that could be playing a part. I'm sure you'll agree, she doesn't look like a greyhound puppy should.
It's a mystifying case. Hopefully blood tests and x-rays will provide some clues.
X-ray. There's not much food going through her digestive system. There's a bit of air, but really this is just pointing towards the fact she hasn't eaten for days. And on top of the fleas and on top of the fact she just doesn't really have much body reserves, she's really struggling.
The fleas are easy to treat, but the blood tests will have to be sent to the lab for further analysis. Chris is almost certain Betty's collapse has been caused by malnourishment. That can be fixed with a high-calorie diet and rest.
What I'm most concerned about right now is the fact that when you look at her, Betty's got this general lack of coordination. She stumbles around, her head wobbles. I'm starting to worry there might even be something more serious going on here. If I had to have a hunch, it'd probably be head trauma, given the fact that racing, it's a tough game. And if she's had a fall or even been hit on the head, then this would explain everything. That'd be why she's been given up in the first place. You gotta eat something, all right? Come on, just start small. Come on, Betty, you just need to eat something. If you need your strength back, you need to start here. It's all right. Cheer up, huh? Cheer up first. It's just really sad to see a puppy so dejected. She's had the worst possible start in life, and you really wouldn't blame her for just giving up. I'm just hoping that we can turn that all around.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Deb and her daughter Meg have brought in their 5-month-old kitten.
Oh, Lily, it's all right. Lily Pilly.
The family adopted Lily only 5 weeks ago, and
silly girl,
12-year-old Meg is already in love.
This much. I love her a lot.
But now her new best friend is in real trouble.
Well, she's eaten a rubber band about that size, I think.
Ooh, that's quite a long one.
It was around a bunch of flowers, and as I was opening the flowers, it flicked off.
Excellent.
And she pounced on it.
Okay, so you can see there it's not under her tongue.
No.
The problem with leaving it in, if it's as long as that, and she's chewed it can cause the intestines to sort of all bunch on top of each other, and it can be a really nasty obstruction that can be life-threatening.
To avoid invasive surgery, Lisa will first attempt to make Lily vomit up the rubber band. But for cats, this can be a tricky procedure.
They just don't respond to the medications in the way that dogs do. So it's a bit of a nightmare. Can I ask as well what type of flowers they were?
Ah, lilies?
Lilies cause kidney failure in cats.
Really?
And any part of the plant is toxic. Most of the time we can't get them back from that. Okay, so it's actually better for her that she's eaten the rubber band rather than gone and had a nibble on the lilies.
Okay. Good luck. Take care, good luck, absolutely. Throw up well.
I had no idea that it was this serious. I just thought, oh yeah, they'll just give her a tablet and out it comes and off we go. Hey, little mouse. Had no idea that it would be like this.
Back at the Bondi Clinic, a devoted dad is waiting for Chris to examine his 12-year-old daughter's pet mouse, Pino.
He's about a year old. My daughter's pride and joy. She's a bit distraught about it at the moment.
In just 36 hours, an ugly tumour has engulfed Pino's body.
David and Pino.
Hi.
You're David.
Yeah.
Where's Pino?
Pino's in here.
All right. Of course Pino's in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Pino.
Something, a little tumour.
Okay, come on through and we'll have a look.
Yeah, lovely.
Most of the tumours that we see in mice are mammary tumours.
Yep.
So they're essentially breast cancers.
Right.
Mice are used in human medical research to grow tumours so we can actually study how cancers behave and the best way to treat them. But unfortunately, some of those genes have got into pet mice.
Daughter Elliot has given Dad strict instructions that she wants a medical update from Chris as soon as possible.
The only hope, I guess, that she has is if we can get in there and get around the back of that tumour and take it off.
Yep.
But really not kill her in the process.
Yeah.
If I was to do nothing for little Pinot right now, this tumour would continue to grow and would kill her. I'm willing to give it a go if you're willing to let me.
Yep, sure, yeah.
What is one person's vermin is the absolute centre of this little girl's universe. And really, if they make an appointment, then we'll see them. Around here, it's all creatures great and very small.
At the moment, Lily's got a rubber band in her stomach, and if we wait too long, that's going to move into her intestines where it can cause an obstruction. So it's really important that we act quickly, we make her vomit and try and get it out of her.
Oh, so brave. Good
Lisa's now giving Lily a sedative shot to try to make her vomit.
Vomits and then you can
If
go
she
home.
doesn't, the kitten will need to be cut open.
Come on, little one. I know it's horrible. I feel really mean. Come on, little one. Come on, licking the lips. Licking the lips. A big vommy, please.
In reception, Deb is trying to calm down the very worried Meg.
We're scared that she might not be coming back. And before, when I gave her a kiss and bye-bye, good luck, that might have been the last goodbye to Lily that I would have with her.
Hopefully it's not going to be that grim.
No, let's hope not.
Hopefully they know what they're doing in there.
Yep, I reckon they will.
We don't want you to have surgery. You're only a baby.
An hour later and still no action. The question now is whether the kitten is going to listen to Lisa or cause herself a whole lot of pain.
It's the easy way out. It's much easier than going under the knife.
Laura? It's not lunch. It's a mouse.
A mouse. Oh my God.
This is Pinot.
Pinot's being prepped for surgery to remove a cancerous tumour. Another few days and it would have killed the pet mouse.
It's a big day.
If that lump was unattractive before, I've got a bad feeling that once the fur's gone, it's not going to look any better. With her anaesthetic, this is probably the biggest challenge of all. You don't routinely carry mouse equipment in your average vet hospital, so you do have to make some adjustments. So I've cut a piece of glove out and we're going to put this over the top of the anaesthetic tubing and then tape it in place. That then gives you the bare bones of what's going to be a mouse anaesthetic mask. And you just hope that she's going to like it. It gets very serious all of a sudden once the clock's ticking like this. She can really only be under anaesthetic for 5-7 minutes, and that's about it. And the idea is hopefully just to get in and around it and shell it out like a pea. Just working my way through these blood vessels that are feeding this immense tumour one by one, just trying to crush them as we tear them in the hope they won't bleed anymore. People would think that, hey, it's only just a mouse. But to Elliot, Pinot isn't just a mouse. It's a big part of her life. And you carry that on your shoulders during the whole surgery. So she's been under for about 6 minutes now, so we're right at the end of our window. She's just breathing, just an occasional breath every now and then, and each time she does, you get filled with hope, but then she stops again. It's just awful. Just coming around the back of the tumour now, it's quite
tightly adhered to the wall of the chest, which is going to make this difficult to get off.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is continuing the delicate surgery to remove a massive tumour from a much-loved pet mouse.
Even with so much going on during that surgery, I still had moments to think, geez, there's a little girl at school wondering how her little mouse is getting on. There we go. You can see how close that tumour was to growing into her chest. That's her lung right there and her heart beating behind it. So this is just millimetres away from absolute disaster. The anaesthetic's still going. We've got to find a way to get this skin back together neatly and tidily and not lose her in the process.
With the stitching finished, Pino should wake up quickly. But as the minutes go by, the tiny mouse is not regaining consciousness.
It's all right. Hey, it's fine. Don't need to stress. There's a little girl waiting to see you. Yeah, she's at school right now, thinking about you. You got to come around for her. Hey. I'd say you look like a drowned rat, but that's just not really appropriate for you, is it?
Pino might have survived the surgery, but there's still a huge fight ahead.
To remove something like that would be a decent operation in a Labrador. We're talking about a mouse that weighs maybe 40 grams, 50 grams, and that's got to be 10 or 20 right there. She'd be going through a lot of shock right now. She's really just lost close to half the blood in her body. Yeah, at the moment you can see she's hunched over, breathing deeply, just trying to force that blood around her body to satisfy the needs of her brain and all the different organs, because they'd be screaming out for blood, but the blood just ain't there.
You've got to feel worse before you can feel better. Hey? You're a naughty little thing. It wasn't a lizard.
At Sash, Lily is running out of time. If she doesn't regurgitate the rubber band she swallowed, the 5-month-old kitten will need surgery to prevent a fatal blockage.
A big vommy.
Finally,
A big one.
some encouraging signs.
Come on, good girl. Good girl. That's a girl. Oh, I'm sorry, my sweet. Oh, and there's a rubber band. Yes, there is. Woohoo!
Success.
Success!
Yeah. Well done.
But seriously, that is a long piece of rubber in a cat of this size. That could have been really bad. She's a one-hit wonder.
Oh, hello, Lily.
Now Lily just needs rest and love from her family. As for little Meg, she can stop worrying.
Hello.
Feeling better now. I'm so happy. Big relief. Yeah.
Some of these seem a little bit strange, but they're all tests to really work out how her brain and how her spinal cord are functioning and how well they're sending the messages.
It's been 24 hours since Betty was carried into the Bondi Clinic after mysteriously collapsing.
There we go. There we go.
Even after a good feed and rest, the 9-month-old greyhound is still unsteady on her feet.
She has all the necessary reflexes and reactions, but they're not 100%. They're sort of about 80%.
She's negative to toxo and neospora. Okay.
Yeah. And even though her blood tests are back, there's still no clear-cut answer as to what's causing the puppy's lack of coordination.
Okay, what this means is that Betty doesn't have an infection or parasites in her brain. So really, my hunch about her having a knock to the head, it might just be right. The good news, though, is that brain injuries, they can heal. They can get better, provided they have plenty of TLC and plenty of care.
Betty's rehabilitation could take weeks, but even if she responds, there is another major problem.
Thousands of greyhounds are bred every year, and of those, only a very small portion ever make it to the track. The sad thing is that no one wants the losers, and so a lot do end up getting put down. I really hope that Betty will find a great home. She is a character, she's loving, and she is incredibly gentle. You've just got to hope that she's going to be one of the lucky ones.
She's half the mouse she used to be. Get you looking good. I don't like the brush.
Little Pinot's recovering after Chris removed her massive tumour. The pet mouse nearly died on the operating table after a huge loss of blood.
To nearly being dead in the surgery to all of a sudden being alive and full of energy, it's quite a transformation.
She's now ready to go home to Elliot.
I think it's time for some home delivery.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
I've got someone to see you here.
Oh, Pino.
So she's no longer a full-bodied Pinot. She is...
Pinot Light.
She is Pinot Light. I've got to tell you, I don't want to freak you out, but she came pretty close to the edge.
Oh, gosh.
In a pretty bad way. That came out of her. It's pretty amazing that...
Oh, yuck. I could not rest my head if she had died. It would be so sad. I kept on thinking about it, and then occasionally I felt like crying.
If you'd have told me that my biggest achievement this week would have been saving a tiny mouse, then I probably would have laughed. But after meeting Elliot, it does feel like a huge accomplishment.
Thank you so much.
That's okay. You obviously love her so much, so the least I could do was give her a chance.
Yes.
I'm glad it worked out. See you, little buddy. I reckon you need some open space. What do you say? Huh?
2 weeks later,
Yeah, look at
Betty,
you, wanna
the
go.
Dutch
Come on, let's go.
greyhound is greatly improved and strong enough to check out her new neighbourhood.
You think about her life before, and it would have been in a cage and occasionally getting out to the track. She would never have seen the ocean before. This is a groundbreaking day for her.
Now that's second gear, Betty, isn't it? Can I ask, is there a third? No? Okay, stay in second. Got it. Got the message. Good.
Despite the fact that she's not the fastest of runners, I'm encouraged by the fact that she is moving quite nicely. She's showing a great improvement from where she was before. While she's not perfect, she's come a long way.
And there is good news about her adoption.
Thanks to Greyhound Rescue, Betty is getting a new home where she can lead a long and happy life. She is a lovely dog, and it's exactly what she deserves.
1 month later, Betty is a completely different
Mike?
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Is this Betty?
Yeah.
Betty?
How different is she?
Doing girl? Look at you, huh? Mate, I think you were the medicine.
Yeah, how you going?
Good to see you, mate.
She's settled in probably the fastest of all the dogs. She's just so easygoing and so lovable and so trusting, and she's just a big floppy, sooky cutie. I mean, she's just absolutely gorgeous.
It's great for any patient to get better, but one that's been through so much and now loves life so much, it's really special.
Hey, Chris. Got a channel-built cuckoo here. It's got a pretty serious leg injury.
Okay, mate.
Barry from the wildlife rescue group Wires has arrived at the clinic with a channel-billed cuckoo that can no longer fly. These noisy birds migrate more than 2,000 kilometres from Papua New Guinea to Australia every summer.
A lot of people have mixed reactions to them. When they get here, they like to announce the fact they've arrived with quite a few decibels. Summer's morning, about 7 a.m, you're lying in bed trying to sleep in, you hear... It's him. It's a little impression right there. Close. After much deliberation, we've decided we're going to call him Sunny because he chases the sun.
With winter approaching, it's time for this fearless aviator to be flying back to his other home. But with this injury, Sunny's grounded.
A looking at the way that's hanging there, I wouldn't be surprised if it's broken. It just feels a little bit too loose to be normal. Let's take an X-ray and just see what's going on there, because I don't know, you don't see too many of these around, so it'd be nice to be able to help him out.
Definitely.
Morning, Bill. How are you today, buddy? How's that eye?
At Sydney Wildlife World, vet Sam Gilchrist and marsupial keeper Kate are worried about 1-year-old Blinky Bill.
Get on your pop, mate. That's the way. Good boy.
Bill's had this problem since we first saw him emerge from the pouch. If you look at both his eyes, you can tell the difference straight away. His actual eyeball has this cloudy appearance, and part of the problem is these eyelids are a little bit malformed. That part of the eyeball is constantly exposed to the elements, and eyeballs just aren't really designed to do that.
To prevent further irritation, Bill's eyes are lubricated up to 7 times a day.
Get these drops in again, Bill.
Despite the treatment, Bill's eye is getting worse.
It's been a long road, and we make little wins in the battle, but overall I don't think we're making much long-term progress with this eye.
Today, Sam's taking the koala to the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH to find out if anything can be done to save Bill's eye.
Well, we've just got to the stage where we need to know whether he's ever going to be able to see out of that eye. We need to talk to specialists to find that out, so big day for Bill. We'll sort it out.
Chris is about to start X-rays on the critically injured Sonny, but the cuckoo is not happy.
Yeah, see, okay. That's what's going on. So essentially this femur here has been totally split in two. He's either flown into something or something's flown into him, like a car. The fact that birds like Sonny fly all the way from New Guinea down to Sydney and then all the way back again seems like it's going against the odds already. But for Sonny, we've got a massive hurdle for him now because he has to overcome a leg fracture. It's a big ask. I don't know if I can get a pin in there, if it'll hold, and if that bone starts to heal, then he has a good chance of actually making that flight north.
Oh, that'll be fantastic.
Yeah. It's a big if. I mean, I'm hoping.
These birds don't like the cold and they start their migration, and if they don't get away in time, it's going to be a whole season that it's going to be in captivity, and the chances are it probably wouldn't survive.
Don't actually shave the wound here. What we do is actually pluck it.
Chris will now attempt to pin together the break. Surgery is going to test the cuckoo's fragile system.
So we're asking a lot of him, and the hope is that he's going to be strong enough to really come through. Just poke it through. Yeah, that's fine.
Sonny, the channel-billed cuckoo, is now under anaesthetic, and Chris is attempting to pin his fractured leg.
The tricky thing here is really finding a pin that's actually going to fit inside that bone, and so you have to find a pin that fills that hole, but at the same time isn't too heavy, so he can still fly. You don't want him to take off and try to head to New Guinea and end up in the US because he's sort of got a bit of a slant that way.
Sonny's future is riding on this surgery. If not successful, the cuckoo will miss his migration to Papua New Guinea.
I'm just trying to feel his knee and make sure that the movement of his knee feels normal. Because the moment it starts to get a bit stiff, it probably means there's a pin in there. It's been around 2 hours now, and that's about an hour longer than I'd really like it to have been. But the extent of his injuries, the skin tears, the fracture, it's all added up to be one hell of a challenge. This is where you can quite easily lose patients, and this is where, when you lose them at this stage, it's a real kick in the guts because they were so close to being home. The odds are stacked right against him right now.
you Sam?
Hey, I am.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Kelly, nice to meet you.
Hi, Kelly. Nice to meet you too.
Okay. Kate, nice to meet you. I'm super excited about this.
Unreal.
This will be my first koala, being American.
D-Day has arrived for Blinky Bill and his vet, Sam Gilchrist.
Is he stressed at all? Or?
No, he's very relaxed in there.
Good.
Happy to be in there.
American eye specialist Callie Caruso will decide whether anything can be done to save the koala's damaged eye.
Hi, little man. Oh, he's beautiful. Come on, really? There's a zipper somewhere. There's like batteries in here, right? You're delicious, huh? So let's do a couple really specific ocular tests right now. I think the thing I'm hoping for is that we find some trauma and that we can fix this eye. The other possibility is that he was born with something very wrong with the eye and that we won't be able to save it. I can't see a pupil response and I see no squint with the light. It's not looking good as far as being able to save it. He's not reacting in any way that would indicate that there's any possibility of vision in this eye. Oh, sweet man. Oh. I think it would be in his best interest if we take the eye out.
Well, I guess deep down it wasn't what I was hoping for. We're going to do the best thing for Bill here today, and you know, he's a good man.
He is a good man. Poor Sam. I mean, he's an amazing veterinarian, but I think it's hard to draw that line between staying a vet and becoming emotionally attached to some of these little critters. I so wish I could save your eye, little monkey. Will you forgive me if I take it out? The only thing we usually see here are cats and dogs, so this is a rare and unbelievable opportunity to try to help one of these guys and learn a little bit more about you, huh? I think you like me. I love you.
It's me. Yeah, well, you're feeling better, aren't you?
Sonny's broken leg has been repaired and the feisty cuckoo is now getting VIP treatment at the clinic.
Cuckoos love fruits and berries, so that is what Sonny gets. Would you like some raspberries, sir? To your liking? Ooh. Yeah. The challenge is going to be to make sure he gets more fruit than he does Chris. It's hard to tell which is raspberry and which is blood. Sweet enough for you?
Sonny's pulled through this surgery better than I ever could have hoped, but he still has a huge challenge ahead of him. His migration season's just around the corner, and if he is going to make it all the way to Papua New Guinea, that leg needs to be 100%.
Josh.
Chris, Sonny is moving in with bird expert Josh Cook.
You like to surprise me, don't you?
Yeah, this is Mango.
Hey, Mango. Hey, buddy. Really just feed him up, just get him well, and hopefully in a few weeks' time, if that leg's
ready
up to
to
it,
go.
be ready to go.
No worries.
You agree with that, Mango? It's a good diagnosis? Yeah? So I really hope the 5-star treatment with Josh will make all the difference. See you later, son. Yeah. Yes. Shaking hands, aren't you? Yeah. Yes, okay, I understand.
Buzzy, look at the camera. Look at the camera.
At the Bondi Clinic, Quinn and his colourful buddy Buzz are waiting for Chris.
What's happened here? I'm racking my brain thinking, is there some rare contagious disease that causes blue, yellow, red, multicolours across the face? You're a textifier. Who's this?
Buzz.
Buzz.
Lightyear.
Ah, so you want to make him blue, like Buzz. The rare contagious disease that Buzz is suffering from is school holidays. Is he pouring in his mouth as well?
Yeah, we had ribs on Friday night, so we've been feeding him the leftover ribs. So he's got one wedged right across his back teeth, across his top palate.
I'm thinking that Buzz should be the hairdresser trying to get a tint to change that colour of his, but no, it turns out there's a medical problem here. I'll try to get my finger underneath it and flick it out, but it's in a tricky spot.
But it's not actually the first time it's happened. So he's a very pretty dog, but he's not very smart.
Oh, bro, it looks like you're gonna break it.
No, that's not working.
It's pretty firm, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's so firmly stuck, it's not going anywhere. It's either forceps or Buzz is going to need a sedation. It should be fairly simple.
Got it.
Not yet.
I'm gonna die.
There we go.
Oh, well done.
Yay.
The moment I flick that bone out, Buzz thinks, well, bone is bone.
Don't eat it again.
You just... No, don't. Come on. It's almost as if Buzz is trying to create more medical drama for himself, just so, well, he doesn't have to go home and face Quinn. No, you had one go, it didn't work out, so let's not go again. Buzz is probably only a year old, but he looks 8. He's been through so much trauma. Are you going to ride him out, are you?
Yep.
Gently now. Gently.
Good boy.
Enjoy. Buzz, if you're watching, there's a thing called Christmas holidays. They go for about 6 weeks. When you see that tree being put up with all the sparkly things on it, run away, quickly, don't look back.
So hello, Bill.
See, even for Australians, they're excited to see a koala.
Blinky Bill is the first koala to be admitted for surgery at SASH. And he's getting a rock star reception.
So what's happened with his eye? Why is it blue and yucky?
We think he was born that way. He's had it since day one.
The eye has been a constant source of pain and irritation for the 1-year-old koala.
Unfortunately, it has to come out today, but it's the best thing for Bill, for sure.
You're okay.
Eye specialist Callie Caruso will perform the delicate surgery. Assisting her with the anaesthetic is Bill's vet, Sam Gilchrist.
Koala anaesthetics are a little bit tricky because they have a really long, soft palate. So if we take them too deep, they lose control of all that flesh and it can actually just collapse over the larynx and then koala can't breathe.
Lift him up.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Keen to get into it, but we need to make sure he's stable before we jump in.
I'm really anxious to get him in and off the table and get him awake. That's when I'll be able to breathe and feel good.
So we just take him a little bit deeper, but not too much deeper.
Okay, I'm getting 70 now.
Finally, Bill has stabilised and Callie gets the go-ahead to start surgery.
So far, no reaction. So I'm just really gently and carefully dissecting through some of the tissues so that we can then lift the eye out of what's called the orbit. Now I can actually get a little bit better look in there and see that there's really no normal tissue in there at all. No matter what we did, we weren't gonna make him see again, unfortunately. Just about to get the eye out. Eye out. Okay, we're gonna start closing. Sam, how's he going?
Yeah, we've edged a little deep, Kelly.
Suddenly, Bill's breathing becomes irregular.
Not getting much of a blood pressure, guys.
If the koala's blood pressure drops too low, it can starve the brain and other vital organs of oxygen.
I'm moving fast as I can. I promise. Do you need to get in?
No, I need you to sew him up.
Okay.
Get him out.
Get him out of here.
At SASH, Bill's eye has been removed, but now the koala's breathing has become dangerously irregular.
Not getting much of a blood pressure, guys.
Specialist Callie Caruso is under pressure to finish suturing the empty eye socket.
I'm moving fast as I can. I promise. We have about 3 more sutures and we'll be done. Hang in there, buddy. We're almost done. Surgery completed. Wake him up. Okay, come on, little buddy. Wake up. Wake up. Come on, little monkey. Wake up. Wake up.
Bobby on the roof. Zipper, can you see? Look.
Back at Bondi, just when Chris thought his day was finally over, suddenly there's a strange animal emergency down the street.
Oh my God. I have to look once, twice, 3 times just to make sure I am seeing what I'm seeing. But definitely there are 2 dogs standing up on the top of a roof, 20 metres high. I don't know if they're stuck or what. If they were to slip, they'd be dead, no doubt about it. Hello? Hello? Why are you laughing?
Those are my dogs.
That they're on your roof?
Yeah. That's where they do their exercise.
I'm frantic, breathless, panicking, walk to the front door, hoping to avert tragedy. And I'm met by Philly, who's laughing in my face. Oh, you want to show me, do you? Come on, let's go.
I just think up ways of like keeping them happy. So I go like, while I'm cleaning the house, I'll shut them up in my attic and then they can run all over the roofs.
I was expecting I'd be on the ladder right now, calling Triple O, telling the fire brigade to get here quickly. Trying to talk down some sort of very delicate, emotional situation in 2 cattle dogs, but no. Instead, I've got to go home and put myself into a delicate, emotional situation over what I've just seen.
Come on, little monkey, wake up. Wake up.
Bill's surgery is finished, but he's taking a long time to regain consciousness.
Just want him to wake up. Here he comes.
There he comes. Yay, wakey, wakey.
Hey, buddy. How you going?
Less than an hour after the operation, Bill's recovering with his gum leaves and is ready to go home.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
It was a success. We're really happy with the outcome. Oh, I miss him so much. He's so cute. Oh, I'm feeling much better now. It's all done. Thank God.
Not such good news for Sonny. The cuckoo was not strong enough to make his migration flight back to Papua New Guinea. Hopefully the cuckoo will make it through the winter in captivity.
Like that? Yeah, you do like that a bit, don't you?
As for Blinky Bill, he's not only survived his surgery...
He's awesome. He's putting on weight and doing everything that a young koala should.
He's a new, improved koala.
He's turned into a good boy without his eye. Very gentle with his biting. Wouldn't even call it biting. More like a kiss, I reckon. But I think for sure Bill's going to be one of our star attractions for the future.
Just had a call to go out and see a horse that's apparently in pretty poor condition and getting worse. Now, it sounds as though nothing's ever really gone right in her life. Her name's Sally. She's an ex-racehorse. Now, typically ex-racehorses really struggle to have a bright future. My hope is if she's not in too bad a condition, then there might just be a way we can turn her luck around.
4-year-old failed racehorse Sally has been dumped in a paddock.
It must be her. Hey, girl.
Chris has been asked by the Randwick Racing Trust to check her out as a possible candidate for their new rehabilitation program for unwanted thoroughbreds.
To put it in the simplest possible terms, if she fails this test for soundness, then she's off to the sale yards. And from there, you just hate to think about what might happen to her.
G'day, mate.
Hi, boys.
Chris.
How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Scott and Shane, who run the
What have you got?
Randwick
This is Sally.
program, have arrived to hear what the verdict will be for Sally.
So she's had 3 starts for a last, a second last, and a second last. So, yes, it's embarrassing, I know, Sally.
She's consistent.
That up. She is very consistent. I'm going to give you a full check. There you go. She's obviously not in the greatest condition, just coat's a bit ratty and a little on the skinny side. You look okay. Gum colour's nice and pink.
The future's grim for horses that are left without the care that they need. And whether it's a slow decline or whether it's something that has to happen, they have to be taken away and put down. It's neither of them are good options, that's for sure.
Who's this? Hey, gorgeous. Look at your head. You're a bit wobbly, sweetheart. Come here.
Over at the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Lisa is confronted with a kitten in terrible distress.
Oh, look at that head tilt. Her eyes are spinning in her head. Hey, Cam? Little Cammy's just come in. She's 8 months old, and all of a sudden she's started tilting her head, falling over. Basically, she's got no control of her balance and she is really dizzy. Oh, sweetheart. Let's look at this one. Is that one a bit sore? The most common causes for this would be something structural in her middle or inner ear. So something like a polyp. It's all right, I know it's scary.
The polyp is a mass of inflamed tissue, which is putting pressure on the balance nerve and causing shocking pain.
Good kitty.
The damage can be permanent.
I'm sorry. She keeps wriggling. Come on, gorgeous. Go see Mummy. Ouch. Okay. Oh. Come on, off me. Come on, gorgeous, come on. I don't like to wrestle cats very often, but this is not being nasty. This is her just being really scared and wanting to hold on to anything that's stable because she's completely unstable in her head. So I'm going to pop her in a nice dark cage and she'll probably feel better. Ouch. Oh, my back. Ouch. Needs her nails cut.
Waiting to hear the prognosis is Cammy's owner, Amanda.
I guess where do we go from here? I've tried to look in her ears, but she's quite sensitive. The next step would be to do a CT scan of her whole skull.
If it is a polyp inside Cammy's ear, she will need major head surgery. But there is no guarantee it will be successful.
They often get worse before they get better.
It's a bit devastating, to be honest. She's just my little kitten. She's normally very, very in everything and has a great time doing it, so it's just a real shame to see her like this.
Basic structure of the hoof's all right. Seem to have any pain.
Chris's examination of abandoned racehorse Sally is a matter of life or death for the thoroughbred.
If we didn't get the call to come out, this horse would probably stand in this paddock for another, who knows how long. You know, thoroughbreds in paddocks don't do very well. Largely, they can stand there and starve to death if they're not getting the right sort of care. In some paddocks, the feet will grow out until they look like flippers, and then suddenly they're no good for anything ever, and there's only one option, you know.
She has the bare bones of what, and quite literally the bare bones of what could be quite a good horse in whatever field you had in mind. But I just can't see a reason to say no.
Okay, good. No, I'm happy with that, mate. I think you're right. We'll get her looking good. We'll get her going well, and see if we can find her a home.
See you in Randwick.
Sally's now off to Randwick Racecourse, where her future will be decided.
Isn't it funny though, the ears are up? She already looks a hand taller, doesn't she?
Absolutely. She's a different horse than she was in the paddock. She is.
You remember the track, don't you?
There you go. Good girl.
I just want to do one more final test just to trot her up and actually see if she's lame on any four of her legs. Ideally what we're looking for is that back hoof should actually come through and land in the same spot where the front hoof landed. If you watch closely, she actually does that. Mate, she's all yours. I think she's going to be a great prospect.
Yeah, great. We'll give her a go and see how she turns out.
This is the new home, is it?
This is Sally's new home, Chris, and this is where the rehabilitation program's based.
Yeah. It's social, aren't they? All coming out to check out who the new kid is.
Absolutely.
Sally's been put through a series of tests today, and for a horse that's never really had too much luck, she's found some today. Girl, I'm all done. Next time I see you, things might have changed. She's come through them all and passed the ball, and now she's got a new life.
Thanks very much, Chris. Come back in a couple of weeks, you won't recognise it.
Mate, looking forward to it. Thanks very much,
Cheers.
mate. See you later. You look after the new kid, all right?
At the Bondi Clinic, vet student Erin is carrying in a boxer who's been hit by a car in peak hour on the Bondi Expressway.
What happened, huh?
John is the Good Samaritan who's risked his own safety to rescue the hit-run victim.
Had she run, she would have run into the path of another vehicle, so I stopped.
So he's not your dog?
Not mine, no.
Yours?
No.
No? All right. Thank you for stopping, though.
That's fine.
In that sort of traffic, that's a bold move.
While the broken leg is horrific, Chris is more worried the boxer may have suffered a collapsed lung.
Right now, she's gasping for air, and that worries me. We're now getting up towards 150, 160 mils, which is a huge amount of air to have leaked out of the lungs into the cavity. So that says that she's probably torn an airway and actually been hit by the car, and that air is now rushing out, almost hissing out into that space. She's got a pneumothorax, so even though she takes deep breaths, she just can't get that air in quickly enough. She's been hit by a car.
The boxer's owner, Diana, has been desperately searching for her beloved pet. Molly was chased out of the park by another dog and was too scared to come back.
I just ran and screamed.
If the pressure of the air around the lungs gets too high, it just squashes them and she can't breathe, she can't get the air in. That'd be the end of her.
Bye-bye, Molly. Hey, bye-bye. Chris will look after you. Okay?
Now that Diana's arrived, Molly's saviour John is happy to go home.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I'm so...
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for stopping too. It's
You're welcome.
very cool.
Don't worry.
Chris now needs to x-ray Molly's leg and torn lung.
The most amazing thing for me at the moment, though, is just the fact she's just not responding to that. She doesn't seem to be in pain. She just seems as though, hey, what's going on here, guys? Must be going through hell.
Hey, puppy girl. Good girl. So we're giving Cammy her anaesthetic and then we're going to run the CT scan and hopefully get some more information on what's going on inside her skull.
At SASH, Lisa's hoping a scan will reveal what's causing 8-month-old Cammy's chronic dizziness.
Look at that.
Ooh, that's impressive.
The CT results are a shock to Lisa and surgeon Andrew Marchevsky.
Wow.
The scan
That's really
shows
sick in that
Cammy's
bone,
middle ear
isn't it?
cavity is now completely filled by an inflamed mass of tissue, which is causing her extreme pain.
That's a tough kitty. That would hurt like hell. This is a big surgery. We've got to get in and clean out the middle ear, but the middle ear is right next to the inner ear. And if I damage that, we could make her signs a whole lot worse, where her whole world could be spinning. So you've got to be really careful.
Don't fall over, sweetie pie. Mum's there.
It's a tough decision for Cammy's young owner, Amanda.
It's going to get worse unless she has surgery. And there's lots of risks and surgery might not fix her in the end, but that's the best chance that she's got. Yeah.
I want the best for her. So I'm hoping that the surgery can do it and then take it from there.
Hello. Hey, gorgeous. You having surgery today?
Surgery is about to begin on 8-month-old Cammy. A growth in her middle ear is causing the kitten excruciating pain.
Good luck, okay?
Her whole middle ear is just full of a big polypoid mass of some sort, and I think it's actually burst through the eardrum, and it's putting a lot of pressure on her inner ear, which is why she's got all those signs of an eyes flicking and a head tilted to the one side. Her bone of the middle ear is probably 10 times as thick as it should be. So she's been suffering, I think, since birth. So she won't really have a normal middle ear cavity anymore, but that's a small price to pay. I think I'm now just at that part of the polyp that's gone burst through his eardrum. I'm just gently trying to get it out of here now.
Wow, that's huge.
That tissue is sitting right around the inner ear, and so you'll be very careful when you're getting it out of there, you don't damage that.
and it's scarily close. All right, that'll do me. I think I've got as much of that tissue out as I can without sort of compromising or risking causing too much damage, but it was pretty bad. So I'm still a little concerned that she's going to wake up with the world spinning. Well, there you go. You're all right, babe.
The handy thing from this X-ray is showing that on that left side, which is what we were working on before, there's no black line. So that's where I've actually done my work here. It's this right side where there's still air there. If I can suck that back out, we're a chance here.
2-year-old Molly was run over and left for dead. The boxer has a badly fractured leg, but her torn lung is the greatest danger.
Yeah, we're just getting towards the end of it now.
All I was praying for was that I find her. Well, this is a best case scenario in a series of worst case scenarios.
A second set of X-rays shows Chris is winning the fight.
To see her lungs looking like they're fully inflating now, or very close to it, it's a sigh of relief, and it's probably the way that Molly feels right now too. She can actually breathe. This is tibia coming down here.
Molly's leg has been broken in 2 places, but she'll need to stay at the clinic for at least 2 days until her lungs have stabilised.
I'll go home and cry now.
Yeah, you've been through a lot.
I think my adrenaline's wearing off.
Only then will the courageous boxer be transferred to SASH for surgery.
Bye, you. All right, I'll see you later.
I'm going to say, I really admire Molly the whole time she's been in here. No fear. You'll be all right. Okay, you've been very, very brave today, you have. It's going to catch up with her though, and she's going to start to feel that pain and realise that she's got herself into a bit of strife. You leave the light on? Is that what you want? All right, we'll check on you during the night.
Watch yourself there.
Over at Randwick, Scott's having some interesting moments with Sally's rehab.
Steady, steady, steady. She looks a hell of a lot better than she looked when we picked her up. She's still got a fair way to go, but she's come a long way in the time. Steady. When she first came in here, she had the flared nostrils and the whole, racing attitude going on, and it took her a while to realise that she wasn't going to have to gallop. Steady, steady, steady. Steady.
The unwanted thoroughbred will only get a second chance if she can pass this re-education boot camp.
Steady. What's up? Steady. Good girl. Definitely worth saving. They're all worth saving, It's great to see that they get the opportunity to move on to something worthwhile in their lives, I fall for all of them, I really love horses, I do. It's a bit soppy, but, they're great animals. They do great things for us, and it's hard not to fall for them. They're beautiful things.
Oh, look at that. That is not nice. Oh, sweetie. So brave.
3 days after her accident, Molly has been transferred to SASH.
Good girl. Yeah.
The boxer is still in danger from her torn lung, but surgeon Andrew Marchevsky can't delay her leg surgery any longer.
We've obviously got to fix her fracture, but her life-threatening problem is the pneumothorax, or the air around the lungs.
A chest drain is being inserted into Molly to minimise the risk of the anaesthetic.
So if there's a little tear in the lungs, we'll actually push the air through that tear and it'll leak outside the lungs, and that will cause the lungs to collapse. And then suddenly she crashes, and you've got to be really careful. I'm sucking air out now of her chest, That's a litre of air that we've got out of that without really trying very hard. It's a bit like Meccano, doing this sort of stuff. A little bit more blood involved, but it's essentially Meccano. How's she going, Em?
She's good, she's very stable.
No problems with the breathing?
No, she's breathing a bit more now.
Right, so this is the last screw. I'm really pleased with how it's come together, to be honest. I think the leg will be 100%. I mean, we've got 2 or 3 months of healing ahead of us. It's all right. Don't worry about it so much. You can put your tongue in. Go on, have a sleep. You have a sleep. It's all right. I mean, she was trying to walk on this leg when it was flopping all over the place, so I think she'll run out of here. It's going to be fun keeping her quiet.
Cammy, baby girl.
For 8-month-old Cammy, the world has finally stopped spinning.
It looks so good.
The delicate surgery to remove an agonising mass from her middle ear has been successful.
From what I've heard, she's a lot better than what she was, but I'm just not, till I see her, I'm not sure whether it's all completely better.
Hi, who's there? Hi, Cam.
I think Amanda was in shock. I don't think she expected such a quick recovery. She was prepared for the worst, and when she saw Cammy, she was just elated.
Let's go down. No, settle. Good girl, good girl.
3 weeks after being hit by a car, Molly is recovering well and is back in her favourite park.
I know you're expecting me, but I thought I'd bring along someone that probably wanted to come along as well.
Oh, John.
Hi, Diana.
Hello,
and
John.
look at Molly.
And I think you remember
you want to
don't you?
say hello. I'm just stoked. Yeah. How anybody could hit not just Molly, but any animal and just leave it on the road.
One more. Why not? More?
I can't imagine what I'd be doing right now if anything seriously happened to Molly. I'm really grateful. I'm very, very grateful. So thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Big thank you from me and a huge thank you from Molly.
Well, I've already got that.
Considering the state of panic that Molly would have been in, if John hadn't stopped, she would have just kept on running into the path of another car. She would have been gone. John saved her life.
Thank you.
See, is that enough?
I'm not going to give you any back, though.
She wants to repay you with love.
Okay.
Been looking forward to this.
Oh, I bet you have.
Has there been much change?
Mate, it's a massive change. You'll be surprised, I think.
This was 4-year-old Sally just 5 months ago.
Oh, wow. Is that her?
That's her.
Scott's hoping he's found a new home for Sally. She just has to pass one more test.
I'll need to sit on her and see what she feels like, and then see her over a jump.
If she can impress Kevin, Sally will begin her new life as an eventing horse.
Basically, you get a feel straight away whether you like them or not, whether you're comfortable on them.
Right now, Sally's jumping for her life. If she clears this, she's probably found a new home. Good girl. A bit proud, aren't you? Proud. Yeah.
She's got a new home.
Sensational. It's a little bit sad when you let them go because you always form a bit of a bond with them, but that's what we're here for.
You have to remember this isn't just about Sally, this is about the thousands of ex-racehorses that have this huge cloud over their future. If they can be a little bit like Sally and have the chance that Sally's had, then everything starts to look a bit brighter.
It's only 3 weeks now before Chris leaves on his long-awaited trip to South Africa.
Got an appointment with Dr. Wing.
He'll be handling some of the world's most dangerous animals, but that's not what he's afraid of.
It's a little bit embarrassing when you're 6'5" and weigh 100 kilos and you don't like needles.
Chris, do you want to come on through?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Now, because of the kind of work you're going to be doing, we do need to update everything.
How many injections are we talking about?
Today we're looking at 4 injections.
4?
Yeah.
With every mention of each shot, I just started to feel more and more faint as it went on. Now I know how the dogs feel when they come in and see me.
All right, Chris, we've got all the vaccines here. Okay, these are the 4 that I was telling you about.
That's good. I was lured in here under the misapprehension that this was a vaccination, singular.
I've no control over it. You can't fake this. You just start to get hot. The colour starts to drain away from what you can see and everything starts to sort of go a bit grey.
You right there, Chris?
Mm-hmm. And that's when you feel like you're about to clock off.
I'm going to prep you this time with a bit of chocolate. Chocolate's always helpful. So just lying down. Good on you.
It's just demeaning.
Yeah, it's quite funny though when a big guy with big muscles, you know, kind of falls down and needs a bit of extra help. You've done really well.
Professionally, Angela, you're probably finding it hilarious, but it's not funny for me.
Africa, it's always been at the very top of my bucket list, but this trip is about more than sightseeing. I've been invited by some of the most amazing animal conservationists in Africa to spend some time over there, but also get hands-on with some of the most incredible animals on the planet. But, true to form, the plane leaves in 2 hours. I'm running late, so I better get going.
After flying into Johannesburg, Chris's journey begins with a 100-kilometre drive to the Kingdom of the White Lion, a unique 2,000-acre conservation reserve.
Just take a look at this. I reckon I'm about as far from Bondi as I could possibly be. I am about to go and meet a guy who absolutely intrigues me. His name's Kevin. He's known around these parts as the Lion Whisperer. He gets up and close personal to lions, but he wants me to get even closer, to operate on 2 of his lions. Now, for me, that is so far out of my comfort zone. They're still cats, right? Just big, aggressive cats. It's just like you're walking a dog.
The Kingdom of the White Lion is the vision of Kevin Richardson. 12 years ago, he fell in love with 2 cubs born in captivity. Now he provides a safe home for 41 lions, many of which he's bred and hand-raised.
There's my girl and my boy. You find it all right?
I did.
Good.
You're hard to miss, mate. Not everyone does that, you know.
Well, meet Siam's pride. This is Siamie.
Hey, Siamie.
He's the chief in charge, really. So he's the one that eats combis. Hence the... Come on, away from there. Nicely. Good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, the closest you've been to an adult?
This is when he looks at me and there's actually no wire between me and him.
Yeah, no, it's a different feeling.
Yeah, it's a big window.
And it's a big window, yeah.
His head's...
Yeah.
It just goes against everything your mind wants to believe it's seeing, because people shouldn't walk with lions, wild lions. It just doesn't really make any sense when you see it. So for me, it blows my mind.
Lick on my face. Nice lick. Not bite.
While Kevin dreams of no lion living in captivity, the reality is the wild population is rapidly diminishing.
My goodness, it's 40 degrees. Do you have to lie on top of me? These definitely haven't lived the lives of a captive, normal zoo kind of lion. They've gotten to be in the bigger areas, live in prides, fight for females, roar at other lions over territories. So they live as natural life as I could give them in captivity.
So I'm in Australia, people go to zoos and look at the animals in cages. Here, it's sort of the other way around, isn't it? People are in cages here.
Not bite, Gabby. Gabby, you are a terror. You are a terror. No. I've always thought, if you gain the trust of an animal and get to know it on an individual basis, then the sky's the limit. Once you've formed a really good relationship, there's no reason why when that lion gets to 2, 3, 4, 5, there's no reason why he should actually change his attitude towards you.
What do you think when they see you in there? What do you reckon's going through their mind?
These lions, they definitely know that I'm not a lion. So I'm almost like this honorary member of this pride.
What I find even more amazing than the fact they don't tear him apart is the fact they actually go so far the other way. They love him. They're all over him. They just want to be near him and be scratched by him and roll around with him. It's a real affection.
What can I do? I can't. Thank you. Is that what you call a lion hug?
Feels I'm interrupting.
You interrupting the love affair.
Chris is about to become a lot more than an observer. There's been an outbreak of facial tumours in the pride, and Kevin has asked the Aussie vet to help out.
We've had a recent spate of what's referred to as a sarcoid papilloma. They develop quite rapidly, and they also seem to be quite contagious.
Chris will be operating on 2 lines, Kevin's favourite Napoleon and the aggressive Maisha.
That's got to be awkward for her, eating and
Yeah.
socialising with that.
Yeah. The only trick is she's not a hand-reared lion. She's more of a wildish lioness that's grown up in this pride.
Yeah.
So yeah, she'll take our hands off if even if I try and probe around on her lap. Look at Napoleon on his nose there. You see his nose?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's the one I'm worried about as well. If there's any concern that he's not going to get his nose back together properly or it's going to be tricky, he is my baby, so Daddy's got to intervene here and make sure what's best for baby.
If there wasn't enough pressure about working on a line, he's not just a lion. He's the very reason Kevin does what he does. So it's a lot of expectation.
As many times as I hear it, I never ever get sick of it. You cannot get sick of a lion roaring. It's absolutely incredible.
For me, the sightseeing part of this journey out to see Kevin is all of a sudden gone. Now it comes down to work. Kevin really should be very well aware of the fact I've never operated on lines before. Now it's my time to impress. I hope I can.
Maisha and Napoleon need to be isolated in the shed so Chris can sedate them.
Winner takes all.
When they walk past, I've got to hide behind a brick wall so they don't see me and jab it. When I jab in there, the needle stays where it is and this pushes in an injector. Can I be honest with you? It's not a technique I've used before. Not a technique I've had to use before, but we're spirit of adventure, we're going to give it a go.
Open, Rod. Yeah, Maisha.
Kevin is well aware of the risks involved.
We've had a vet that was chomped because a lion tower wasn't sedated properly. That was a lesson learned. I should have mentioned that earlier on, hey, before you came all this way. Yeah.
The surgeries are tricky. They're in a delicate part of the body that bleeds a lot.
Close!
But what really freaks me out is the anaesthetic.
At the Kingdom of the White Lion, just outside Johannesburg, Chris is attempting to sedate a wild lioness so he can begin surgery. After several nervous attempts,
Better? Yeah, good one.
finally, success.
This job, okay. Let's go out and liver.
Yeah, it's beating a bit quicker now, but I'm very happy to see an empty syringe there. And roll her into this?
Yeah.
Can you just tap her eye for me? The big test of whether Maisha was actually asleep was tapping her eyes. You normally just need one tap, but I think I was working on about 10 or 20 just to be sure.
But 10 minutes later, Maisha is still not completely under.
She's just a little bit light. She's actually blinking when we tap her eye, so it's not really the state you want when I'm about to actually cut into her.
What Chris doesn't know is that during the last operation here, a lion woke up and took a bite out of the attending vet's arm.
I've seen things go wrong. You know, there's a lot of adrenaline in the air and everyone's hyped up and then, you get a little bit anxious always when a cat goes under the knife. But I'm sure she's in capable hands. I'm assured, at least.
There was a pause there. I heard a pause.
No, I've done my research. I Googled you.
Really?
Yeah.
We've got about 20 minutes or so, if that. It's conservative. Let's go. It's going to be a cut, like a wedge, almost like a triangle to try to get in through this gum here. I'm doing Maisha first for a couple of reasons. First of all, her tumour is a bit more obvious. It should be a bit easier to get out. So in a way, it's a bit of a warm-up to the main game, to Napoleon. I'm trying to get a good margin around the base of it and just avoid the fact that incisor is about an inch away from my hand.
To Chris's relief, there are no complications during the surgery.
Okay, can we just get a check on this eye again? Good. Yeah. The reason I asked you about that is
Your hands
very clear.
Your hands are very close to her jaws.
With the tumour removed, he just needs to stitch the wound.
What kind of knot do you call that?
That one is called a simple knot, named after the surgeon that's performing on it.
Devised it.
Kevin is keeping a close eye on Chris's handiwork.
It's going to make that lip look pretty, because she's got to find herself a guy one of these days, and no one wants to go out with a girl with a look that looks like that.
I'm actually really happy that that's actually come out really nicely, and that the lips actually come back together quite cleanly. And from here, that swelling will actually subside. And the great thing about this area is it has such a great blood supply. It heals really quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Do that.
Wonderful.
All right, this wakes her up. Thank you, girl. Thank you. You're most obliging. Get the hell out of here. That was really frantic. Actually, a couple of times I had to try to distract the guys and just sit with my gear, fumbling for syringes, just so my hands would stop shaking. There's a huge difference between Maisha and Napoleon, not just their size, but most importantly for me, it's their age. Maisha's 3, Napoleon's 13. And with that comes a whole new range of risks with the anaesthetic. You just have to be so careful because at that age, you could lose him.
Much easier, huh? Yeah, good. Difference between a tame cat and a wild cat.
You can tell me one more time if you
Yeah,
like.
well, I'm going to just tell you one more time that this isn't just a lie. This is like a brother. So you are aware of that too. So.
I know.
No, look, he's a special cat. Huh? Each one of those scars represents something.
I'm going to have one across here, am I, if things go badly?
Yeah.
Slowly, Napoleon is succumbing to the anaesthetic under Chris's watchful eye.
Not only does this line mean so much to Kevin, this surgery is going to be incredibly difficult. We're dealing with an area that's not only very sensitive, but there's no give. There's no spare skin to enable me to cut the tumour out and then bring the skin back together and stitch it in place. Here is a real challenge. And then there's a clock on me. Anyone that's had a punch in the nose or even a nosebleed nose at the nose has a lot of blood. One little cut to the nose and they'll bleed and they'll continue to bleed. And this isn't just one little cut, this is a huge gash that we're having to make here and get quite deep in and around this mass.
The large amount of blood flowing into the wound is making the surgery difficult.
Okay, so there it is there. The real challenge here is actually closing this wound here because you can see it's big. It's about 1.5 centimetres wide and about 2 centimetres long, and in an area like the nose, that doesn't come together easily or quickly.
I just can't understand how you're going to do it. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Kevin.
But even Kevin is happy with the final result.
Seriously impressive.
Not done yet.
No, it's looking really good. Don't be so modest.
When you sign on that line, you commit to becoming a vet and going to vet school, you don't ever for a second think that you're going to be in a place like Africa operating on a big male lion like Napoleon. It's awesome. It's just not what you ever planned for, but you're so happy it happened.
So well done.
That's my stress meter.
Yeah, I know, I can see that.
That's registering high.
So
right
this
now.
is like 9 out of 10 stress meter?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Good job. Good job.
That was intense. It's just full on. I mean, awkward position, and I'm on my knees, lying down, and all the while there's just that big head staring right at you, and he's anaesthetized, but those eyes look straight through you.
So I know.
Now the surgeries have been successfully completed, Chris has told the story about what happened to the last vet who came to the kingdom.
You serious? A vet actually came here and got chomped on. Really? It's good, isn't it? That would have been in the column marked essential knowledge, but he didn't pass that on. Thank you.
After the anaesthetic wears off, Maisha is demanding to be let out.
There's a good boy.
But Napoleon needs a lot more TLC.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's for your own good. Yeah? It's actually looking very good. I mean, he's very sore. You can see he's feeling very sorry for himself. But he's a tough cat, eh? You've had worse than that in your life, my boy.
It's time for Chris to head back to Johannesburg. But before he says goodbye, Kevin introduces him to some miniature Napoleons.
Oh, yeah,
Ooh, you're scary, aren't you?
Yeah, I bet.
For you, is this where the relationship starts?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to form a relationship with a lion, it really should start at this age. Even at this age, it's about enrichment. In captivity, you've got to, tire or just keep them occupied all the time. Stimulate those little young minds. I am at my happiest when I'm with the lions because it is a way of me finding a sanctuary. I've often said, and I really truly believe this, I would give it up like that to see wild numbers increase exponentially. If somebody could say this is the magic, formula, you've got to stop going in with lions, and then overnight lion numbers will increase. I'd do it like that in a heartbeat. Oh yes.
As far as days as a vet go, I haven't ever had one where I've done surgeries on lions in Africa. So I reckon I remember this one. I'm in Johannesburg, and what a city. It's just a city of contrast, the heights of affluence, and then you look around, you just see the depths of poverty. And right now, I'm heading to the outskirts with the SPCA, and I reckon I'm in for a surprise.
Chris has joined up with SPCA vet Leon Malherkey. They're heading to the community of Pinetown to provide much needed free vet care.
The problem that people have in this, remote areas is such they don't have transport, and they have a lot of animals. So, as I say, if they can't get to us, we got to get to them.
What I can't believe is that 20 minutes ago we were in the centre of Johannesburg, a thriving economic centre, and then we come here. They're worlds away from each other. Word gets around when you arrive?
Yeah, the people will start coming.
It's not long before the locals are surrounding the mobile clinic.
People are just coming from anywhere and everywhere. It's loud, it's noisy, there's just animals appearing. I just hope we can handle them all.
The vets provide basic health checks and desexing clinics. But today, the focus is on providing the all-important vaccinations for the killer disease, rabies.
That one dog bite him here.
Ah, okay.
The blood was coming from the mouth.
From the mouth?
Yeah.
If your dog gets rabies, he's going to bite at people, you're going to die as well.
There we go.
Oh boy.
You're a very good boy, aren't you?
It's lack of money, not lack of love, that's threatening most of these animals, including flamboyant Mary's reluctant buccaneer.
How long have you had him for?
I think 3-4 months.
He's at least 6 months.
6 months.
He's got all these teeth.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got fleas.
Yeah, yeah. And the other one is big and is brown.
Yeah. See here? Is this what you mean?
There's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he gets ticks as well. What about those?
What's wrong with it?
Maybe we think about getting him desexed so he stays at home more and stops fighting?
You want to kill it?
No. There is a love for dogs here. You look at Mary and the way when she talks about buccaneer, a big smile comes across her face. You just need to give them the means to look after their animals and they'll do it. There you go. He didn't even jump. He's a tough boy. Yeah. You love your dogs, huh?
Too much, I tell you.
A little bit too much. See you, Buccaneer. You're a good boy, aren't you? You got a good one here. Follow the hat. Follow the hat. Come on. Come on, buddy. Buccaneer is what the SPCA's program out here is all about. He's got problems, but they're really easily fixed. And if you can just do a few things like vaccinations against rabies and sterilise him, then Buccaneer could live a really long and quite happy life.
With Mary a satisfied customer, it's off to the local primary school to talk to the students about looking after their pets.
Part of the SPCA's work here is all about education, and it really starts here with the kids because they're the ones that go home and spread the word to the rest of the family. The education today is coming from the esteemed teacher known as... Yep. So in Australia, what I do is I look after animals. So I'm like a doctor for animals. And so today we talk to you about making the animals happy and healthy and jumping like kangaroo. If you have a dog at home, I want you to woof. If you have a cat at home, I want you to meow. If you have something else at home, make that noise, okay? In 3, 2, 1, go. I can see you're going to be very good to your animals. And thank you for having me in Finetown. Thank you. For a moment, the spirit of Africa just infused into my body, and a moment later it was gone. And it was me on that dance floor. This seems like a lot of fun, just running around, dancing, playing games, but the message here is associating animals with care and with love. And that's what the SPCA is doing out here. It's a hell of a way to get a message across, and it works. I'll see you later. Right now I'm heading to a place called Moholo Holo, which is a very special wildlife rescue and rehabilitation centre. They'll take anything from lions that are hit by cars to leopards that are caught in traps. You name it, they'll treat it. And right now I'm off to actually microchip a rhino, which I think is going to be easier said than done.
After helping out the SPCA, Chris is back on the road. His next destination, the Moholo Holo Rehabilitation Centre, is located in Limpopo, 550 kilometres northeast of Johannesburg. But as Chris gets closer, there's an unscheduled pit stop in a local village.
Hello. People say one of the great things about Africa isn't so much
what you see in the tour guide. It's these moments where you just come across these little magical situations.
This man is very tall, Magan. This man is very tall.
Yes, thank you. I think they were probably as amazed as I was when they saw me, big 6'5" Australian bloke. I don't see them every day.
Well, I gotta meet a long, tall guy like you from Australia. No wonder you're good cricketers and rugby players, eh? Tall and strong.
So
Look at me, I'm
with the animals,
small.
You're right.
No, welcome.
Wildlife warrior Brian Jones set up Maholo Hollow as an animal refuge back in 1992.
There are a lot of challenges for the animals in Africa. They're getting poached, they're getting poisoned, they're running out of habitat. Where do they go when things get tough? Thankfully, there's Maholo Hollow. And the keys. And the keys. Promise you I don't. Most vet hospitals back home have a clinic dog or a clinic cat. At Maholo Hollow, they have a clinic baby black rhino. They sign on the door for a reason, I think.
As a calf, Landella was rescued from the wild after her mother abandoned her when the baby became stuck in a mud pit.
So you look after her pretty much 24 hours a day.
When you leave her to go to the bathroom or to go get her milk or something, she'll just scream and cry until you come back.
Since being rescued, minders like David give Landella round-the-clock care.
Come on!
Including games of chasing to keep her interested.
Be careful, she's gonna bite you, she's gonna bite you.
Playtime is over. Brian's now recruiting Chris to help sedate an African serval.
Down. Okay, good shot. Well done. Well done, Docs. That's pretty good.
This feisty cat was born in captivity. Another success story for the Maholo Hollow breeding program.
So this serval's been hand raised, but she's now reached the age where she can really look after herself. So she's right to be released. Okay, put it down. Just keep her eyes. Now she's getting a collar put on her, and that way we're going to know where he is. Key here is just getting the actual diameter of this collar right. The fit's got to be spot on. If it's too loose, then these guys will always find a way to flick it off over their head, and if it's too tight, it's just going to cut into their neck.
Doc, you could actually pick her up here. Turn her face that way. There you are. Well done. Well done. Put it inside. There's it. Close the door. Close it. Hey, on the tail. The tail's short enough. They need to make it shorter.
The serval will be released later after she shakes off the sedation. Now there's time for Brian to introduce Chris to some of his favourite residents.
Wow. There's Eland.
Yeah.
Come on, come up, come on, come on.
How do you beat that?
I raised the mommy, and the mommy raised all these babies, and the babies learned to be tame. We got to protect it. We got to do something to protect it, you know. And Africa's it's just dying slowly, like a cancer. And I mean, these beautiful creatures. My, what is their future? Come on, Chanandi. Good girl. Good girl. You are. Come on, up. Come on, that's it.
Hello.
This is Uncle Chris.
Hello.
Shenandy is one of the mini cheetah Brian has nursed back to health.
They brought it to me, run down, mange, full of ticks, parasites, a horrible state. She killed kudu, she killed impala full grown, she's a good hunter, but too tame for release, it's a problem.
She's really living proof of Brian's work. I mean, she had 2 broken legs, and now look at her, she looks beautiful.
She's incredible. No, I love everything. There's the only thing I prefer above all is my wife.
She's a little flirt. I don't mind that, 'cause she's a good looking flirt. To be honest, I think I fell a little bit in love with Shenandy. To be that close to such a mesmerising creature is awesome. But the reality is there's still work to be done and a wildcat to be released. We get bearings.
With the tracking collar, Brian's team will know how the serval's coping on her own.
She's accepting that collar though, which is good.
Yeah.
The great thing about being on this reserve here is they can always keep an eye on her. She'll come back to them if she needs to. If she's doing well, they will never see her again.
This is the reason places like Mahalo Hollow really exist.
It's about making them better and then releasing them back into the wild.
Everybody ready? Here we go, please. Okay. You jump with us.
Yep.
Guy, come with us. All right, Hyde, let's go.
At the Mahalo Hollow Rehabilitation Centre, Chris has been asked to join in a mission to microchip a wild rhino.
So if he doesn't like what's going on, he's going to charge?
He might.
Conservationist Brian Jones, who runs this oasis for endangered animals, knows the risks involved.
If he did come, we'd have to run for our lives and get in the vehicle. And I've had them smash the vehicle a couple of times. They put their horn, fortunately, they put their horn underneath and lift the vehicle up. So it's only the back horn that punches a hole. Cody, we are on our way now, Cody.
Standing by. Poaching of rhino is something you hear occasionally about in Australia, but in Africa at the moment, it is the news story because last year 330 were killed. We're not talking small money for this rhino horn. We're talking about $50,000 a kilo, and in an adult full-size rhino, there's about 5 kilos of horn in each rhino. That's $250,000.
Chris and the team are searching for 2 rhino brothers.
They're right next to the road.
Okay.
It's the smaller of the 2 males who still needs a microchip.
That's him there.
The first problem is getting close enough to the rhino to sedate it with a dart.
I'm now at the perfect distance to fire, but the reality hits me. If I get this shot wrong, she's gone. There'll be no second chance. All the while I've been thinking, I'll have some time for this shot. I'll be able to get myself prepared, focused, get the target right. All of a sudden, Hind says, go now, must go now. And it's on. Before I can enjoy the relief of landing that shot exactly where I wanted it to go, he's taken off. And it doesn't look like he's coming back.
Bit stressed about us being around. Made a run for it. The worry is that the drug hasn't kicked in yet, so he's going to drop at some stage, but it might be miles away. Spotting some tracks and they're going through this way.
You wouldn't think it'd be possible to lose something as big as a rhino, but that's exactly what's happened. But thankfully, what have we got? Hind's tracking skills. The guy's incredible. He's looking at the dirt. He just sees things that I can't even see and goes, not this way, gone that way. And all of a sudden, we're getting close to that rhino.
You see the big one? Yeah, here's the other one. Okay, wait.
Hind now alerts Brian to their location.
Okay, also southeast of you. Let's just keep our eye open for the other one, eh? The other one ran away towards the mountain, but just keep our eye open, ears and eyes open.
He's stumbling around, so it's certainly made him immobile.
They stand and sleep like horses, and then at some stage they go down.
Chris and Hind are now carefully approaching the sedated rhino. There is still a risk it could turn and charge.
To be that close to a rhino, it's one of the most dangerous animals in the world. It's this weird mix of exhilaration and absolute terror all at the same time.
At the Mahalo Hollow Rehabilitation Reserve, Chris and Hind are cautiously approaching the wild rhino they need to microchip.
Just watch out, the other one is just running away here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Hey, it's going down now. I see there's some blood. There's a hole here.
The sedation from a dart gun has now immobilised the massive animal.
Just extraordinary.
Brian and his team have been given the all clear to bring in the equipment for the dangerous procedure.
It really hits home for me when you're here and you see those animals and you look into their little eyes and they're caught up in the middle of this war and they don't really know why they're involved. What they use the horn for is honestly a bit of a mystery as far as scientists are concerned, because it's claimed to have every benefit from being an aphrodisiac to helping arthritis to people are even claiming it cures cancer.
It sells for up to $1 million per horn, and it's ridiculous money. It costs them their life and they pay the ultimate price.
They're getting ruthless. They're going with GPSs. They're going with international cell phones. I was talking to rangers in the park when I was there now, and they said, Brian, they have a scout that goes out first. He finds a rhino. He hones him in with the GPS. They shoot it and move out. And in 2 days, the horn's in China. It's a one-on war.
Yeah, he's still nice and pink there.
The drilling has started, so the tiny microchip can be placed in the horn.
This male's actually very close with the other bigger male, and he's just been lurking around the bushes over here, so his constant concern is the fact that he is just very close by. He's not liking what we're doing to his mate, and he could charge at any minute. Hole's nice and clear, so that's ready for the chip now. That's a simple chip, isn't it?
This is a medical procedure with a huge purpose. The idea of getting that microchip into that horn means that it can be tracked anywhere in the world and know exactly where it's come from, and that's the big step in trying to really rule out this horrific crime.
4B 7F 7 Alpha 2033. We've microchipped him, we've vaccinated him, we've marked him, we've taken DNA samples, vitamin injections. Really the whole works is done right here and right now. Now we've done everything, really it's just up to this injection just to reverse this anaesthetic, and then he should hop up and continue on his life a bit safer than he was before.
It will be only minutes before the rhino wakes up and the team needs to clear his departure path.
You're going to wake him up, get ready to run. If you can climb a tree without thorns, good luck.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Watch out.
Honestly, when I gave that reversal, I thought, got a couple of minutes here, we can amble away. He woke up straight away and meant business. The rhino's still groggy, so he's crashing over rocks and then barges through a tree and then turns around and looks at me. I'm thinking, no, mate, just keep on going the way you're going. But no, he runs straight at me. Yeah, I'd go. So I do the courageous thing and run fast. I'm sure you're having a great laugh, but when that rhino is running at you, it's very, very scary. Trampled by a rhino. Interesting way to go.
I've got some oxygen.
Chris is good. No, he's a natural, but he's in the wrong place. He should be in South Africa.
That was very special, sir. Thank you.
No, well, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
This is the last day of Chris's African journey.
Boyatella. This is where work stops.
Now it's time to relax and realise a lifelong dream.
Hey, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. I'm Chris.
Yeah, I'm Henry.
This is Jumo Boyatella, 7,000 hectares of private game reserve where they promise to show you the animals of Africa in their natural environment. This is going to be good. Henry knows this place better than anyone else. He's like a wildlife concierge. You just make requests and he delivers quickly too.
I can see a giraffe.
I'd like every single one of the animals all in one small area.
All of them?
Yeah, alphabetical order.
Okay, because anything is possible down here.
Leopard moving through the long grass just through here. I thought we'd see animals in the distance on the horizon and they'd run away. To see a leopard this close coming towards us, unbelievable. It's very cool. absolutely one of my favourites. Just so amazing. This has absolutely been a boyhood dream to travel to Africa, to not only see the animals but to be up close to them and make differences to their lives. As a vet, it's the holy grail. I think back on everything that's happened in just a few days, and it's incredible. Meeting Kevin and being allowed into the inner sanctum with those lions was a rare privilege. And then to operate on his best mate, Napoleon.
Not done yet.
It has to be the most nerve-wracking surgery I've ever done. Microchipping a rhino with Brian, a man who loves these animals and this land so much. And meeting so many other wonderful locals with such open hearts on this journey. It's truly been a trip of a lifetime, and I feel absolutely humbled by it. It's not an experience I'll ever forget.
If you guys loved that video, great. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel below. That way. That way. Yeah.